Chapter 1341. Taiposhi was flying. 30 years had passed since they set off, but Lu Xiaoyi felt like it had been 300 years. This was because he was constantly worried about the premonition of the collapse of the great Tao. True monarchs naturally had different feelings in this aspect, especially since he had created his own small universe and had 4 great Tao fragments in his sea of consciousness. This made his intuition sharper than others. Wenji stood beside him. "Little friend, you feel it too?" Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "Soon. It'll collapse within 2 years. Wenji laughed. "Looks like the old man's business isn't going to be easy. There's competition. Let's make it clear in advance that we should all set a uniform price. We can't maliciously lower the price and break the rules of the divination market." Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. This old man was too careless. But Taiposhi definitely won't be able to reach blue sky in 2 years. I looked at Taipu star map just now. We probably have less than 5 years before we arrive. Wenji said leisurely, "Little friend, you're in the middle of the game. You're worried about gains and losses, but you're a bit stubborn. In my opinion, the collapse of the Great Tao isn't the time to attack, but the time to set off. Think about it. How can a realm like the 5th ring allow the enemy to stop outside the realm and wait for the enemy to attack? As long as it's within the range of detection, it'll definitely attack first. Therefore, the enemy's attack position must be very far away, far enough to avoid the 5th ring's eyes and ears. How far do you think this distance is?" His words woke everyone up. The old Daoist was right. The collapse of the Great Tao should be the time for the army to set off. There shouldn't be countless enemies lying in ambush outside the enemy's defensive formation. He had watched too many war movies in his previous life, so his thinking had fallen into a fixed pattern. With Wenji's reminder, he immediately made a judgment. "I don't know how far the enemy is hiding outside the ambush position, but I know how long it takes to travel from Heaven's Choice to Juzian. It takes less than 2 years for Heaven's Choice to travel alone to Juzian, so it'll definitely take longer for the army to set off. 2 to 3 years is the minimum. In that case, the enemy outside the 5th ring and blue sky will probably set their attack position near 3 years. It is very likely that we will arrive before the battle begins." Wenji nodded. "That's right. So from the looks of it now, the worst-case scenario is that we'll be able to arrive at the beginning of the Battle of Blue Sky. If we're lucky, we might even be able to hold a cocktail party in Blue Sky." Lu Xiaoyi's mood improved a lot. "You don't say." This old man occasionally spoke human words. "I wonder how many of Qing Kong's forces are left. I'm a little worried now. If clear sky leaves too many people behind, will it not show the importance of my reinforcement army? If Qing Kong has already been abandoned, won't I have to guard it alone?" Wenji, on the other hand, was thinking about another problem. Actually, the best time for Heaven's Choice to attack Juzian is when he breaks through the barrier between the 2 dimensions. If the tactics are used properly, he can cause serious damage to the opponent, just like what happened to your Black Beast sect. Do you think Juzian will do that? Lu Xiaoyi was resolute and decisive. "No. That's not the style of Juzian people. Using the space channel to block the battle will definitely be the choice of the 5th ring, but it will definitely not be Juzian's choice. Heaven's Choice people are not fools. With their identity as the natives of the negative space and their deep understanding of the negative space, how can there only be one waymark for them to pass through? That must be the transition of several channels at the same time. Once entangled in the universe, Juzian people will have a hard time escaping unscathed. If they really lose a large amount of cultivation power in the void, what will they use to set up the chessboard of heaven and earth? The 5th ring is different. They have a strong desire to attack and rich experience in chaotic battles. They also don't have the heaven and earth great membrane, so they must be pulled out to fight. Initiative and passivity, how could it be clearly defined? Success and failure were the same. Because Juzian had the chessboard of heaven and earth, the cultivators themselves were not aggressive enough. The 5th ring was very aggressive, but that was also forced out. It was impossible to have the best of both worlds. The 5th ring's personality and habits would never match a spiritual item like the chessboard of heaven and earth. Therefore, there was no good or bad strategy, as long as it was suitable for oneself. Pulling the fifth ring people to Juzian to play the chessboard, or letting Juzian go to the fifth ring to fight in the wild, that would be the real disaster. In the silence, Lu Xiaoyi's sharp eyes suddenly noticed a figure outside the void. He reacted quickly and immediately jumped out of Taiposhi, laughing loudly, "You untrustworthy cownose. You said you were going to scout, but King ran back home by yourself. 3,000 ziching, I'll give you a ride. This is the price of friendship. If it was someone else, I wouldn't care if they died." One went out and two came back. But since they were brought back by the general, it didn't matter. When Qing Xian entered Taiposhi, he was shocked. Close to 400, 500 perfected lords, close to 2,000 yuanying, this formation. How did this guy do it? Lu Xiaoyi was proud. How is it? This is not weak, right? You can see the difference, right? I'm returning home in glory, you're running away. We're all from Juzian, how did you do it? Qing Xian's stomach was full of surprise, but it instantly turned into anger. Not only did he cheat his spiritual opportunity, his words were vicious and hurtful. He couldn't be friends anymore. After a battle of words, he finally figured out the whole story. He couldn't help but be amazed by this guy's ability to pull people together. Because he wasn't in Juzian, he didn't make it to the Tianzi mainland in time. But he knew that even if he was there, he couldn't have pulled so many people together. Because of his three clear orthodoxy, he couldn't find so many companions in the abyss of suffering. When others saw his background, they would naturally be on guard. Why would he pull people together? It was good enough that he wasn't suspected of being a spy. He was a little unhappy, the contrast was too big. Now that he was the self-appointed general, to Qing Xian, there was a subtle change in their relationship of equals. As a rational person, how could he turn a blind eye to such a strong army of cultivators? Of course, he couldn't hold any position in it. This was his last pride. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hold back. He knew very well that it would be bad to discuss it now, so he went straight to the point. Qing Xian, I'll be honest. This time, you have to listen to me. I have a mission for you. Qing Xian didn't comment, but fortunately, he didn't object. This was a disguised consent. Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, "You and I don't know the specific situation of Qing Kong. If the fifth ring has a large army on it, then needless to say, the two of us have to listen to those old farts in the sec. But if the fifth ring has given up on Qing Kong, or only left a small number of people on Qing Kong, the two of us have to bear this responsibility. The influence of the three clear ones on Qing Kong is much stronger than my Shenyuan. What I want you to do is to control the forces left behind by the three clear ones, including the followers of the three clear ones. We can only survive in this war if we work together. We must not lose our footing. Is that okay?" Qing Xian said in a low voice, "Okay. Leave the three clear ones to me. If anyone disobeys, I'll kill him." Chapter 1342. During this period of time, Yang Chang and Yang Dai had been busy, very busy. On the contrary, Xiao Mountain was the most relaxed. Because the old guys listened to their arrangements unconditionally. However, the number of old people on Elder Ending Peak was limited, especially the Yuanying perfected cultivators. There were only 50 of them, and their fighting strength was somewhat reduced. After all, Elder Ending Peak of Xiao Mountain was only the place where the Blue Sky sect cultivators returned to glory, not the entire Shenyuan. How could those old cultivators from the Fifth Ring and other regions come all the way here to retire? They were basically enjoying their old age in the Fifth Ring. The young ones were running around outside, and the old guys were fully supporting them. The mobilization of the northern region for war was quite smooth. After all, this was Xuanyuan's headquarters. Sects big and small had been looking up to Shenyuan for a long time and didn't dare to disobey. They more or less pulled together a group of about 300 Yuanying. The difficulties lay in the other continent. There were many reasons. One was that they didn't belong to Shenyuan. The most important thing was that the Blue Sky sect and the Blue Sky sect had run away. Why should they leave the small fries to bear the burden alone? The glory is yours, and the suffering is ours. You poked a huge hole, and you left us to take the blame. Since the main forces ran to protect the fifth ring, what was the Blue Sky sect? With such a mentality, many capable cultivators entered the void to hide. The remaining ones only cared about their own mountain gates and weren't willing to contribute to the defense of the Blue Sky sect. In their eyes, either no one would come, and they would pass this hurdle by luck, or if they did come, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Why bother? Most of the forces thought that if there really was an invasion, their target would be Shenyuan and the three pure ones. It had nothing to do with them. This was the worst consequence of the three pure ones and Shenyuan leaving the Blue Sky sect. The people's hearts were scattered. There were no reinforcements, and most of them had left. This was the cruel reality. Under such a reality, how could you encourage the Blue Sky sect cultivators to do their duty? It was needless to say that protecting one's home was a responsibility, but the Blue Sky sect was everyone's home. The escape of the three pure ones and Shenyuan hurt everyone. This was the biggest obstacle for Yang Qiong and the others to get in touch. This thorn was buried in the hearts of the Blue Sky people. It was not something they could explain with their glib tongue. Furthermore, the three pristine ones were not very cooperative either. Those solitary elders who stayed behind were only thinking about how to live and die together with the mountain gate. They did not think about defending the grand membrane of heaven and earth. However, they were not entirely to blame. They knew that it would be futile, so why bother? The few of them wanted to do something big, but when it came to it, they realized that not everyone could do something big. The only place they could manage was Pyrolite Mountain and the northern region. As for the other places, they were powerless. That night, the six of them sat on the empty Wangguang Peak, drinking to drown their sorrows. Li Peinan was very frustrated. After so many years, she knew that it must be dangerous to stay with Bing Ku, but why didn't she know how to repent? If Bing Ku was willing to stay, he could just leave. Less than 300. There were only a few perfected lords, and they were basically all old and weak. It's not a problem to drag them out for a group fight, but to defend against the grand membrane of heaven and earth. By the way, can we stand together with so few people? Yang Bo was not affected. Isn't it enough for one person to defend a wider area? For example, you can defend the sky above the northern region. He was trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness, but the others were not in the mood. Yang Cheng looked at Yang Dai beside him. Senior sister, why do you want to stay? You are the inner sword perfected lord, and you have a bright future. Besides, you have nothing to do with Qing Kong. It's a feeling, I can't describe it, but this is the hometown of Crow ancestor, and that guy also disappeared from here. I don't know what I am waiting for or looking for, but my intuition is guiding me to stay here, and wait for changes. Yang Dai said vaguely, because her heart was very vague. Huang Xiaoya curled her lips. We were all fooled here, but the one who fooled us didn't show up. Bing Ku was still indifferent. What do you think if senior brother was here, what would he do? Run away, everyone said in unison. Although everyone wanted to appear relaxed, the pressure of the chaotic world still made everyone feel heavy. A sharp sword was hanging over their heads, and they didn't know when it would fall. This kind of feeling made them a little restless, even though they were cultivators. The key point was that this was not the void of the universe, and they couldn't be allowed to wander around freely. Under the pressure of the army, this was a land of death. Cultivators rarely encountered this kind of situation in battle, and they had to persist for a reason. This might be beneficial to their transformation, but the premise was that they had to survive first. What was the meaning of persisting? Yang Cheng looked up at the starry sky silently. She had the meaning of persisting, because this was her hometown. She came back here in desperation, and Qing Kong gave her the best gift, successfully becoming a monarch. But was this all? It didn't seem to be. That guy used his 600 years of disappearance to point out a vague path for them, but he hid himself. She knew what Yang Dai meant. What was a feeling? It was to throw oneself into this grand cosmic tide and participate from the beginning to the end. Only then could one's own future and the future of the universe be in sync and form a trend. In the end, The people who were most in tune with the changes of the universe would have the opportunity to obtain the greatest benefits when the era changed. This principle was not difficult to understand. Almost every major cultivator had a similar feeling. It was just that they had chosen the fifth ring as their starting point, while their small group had chosen the blue sky peak. It wasn't that they were sharper and more far-sighted than others, but in the dome of the fifth ring, many people were passionate about defending Qing Kong. There were even rumors that in Xuanyuan's sun god meeting, there were sun god monarchs who fiercely opposed and requested to focus on defending Qing Kong, but Shenyuan was a collective, and in the end, they had to show their collective strength. Some cultivators who wanted to serve Qing Kong had to suppress their desire and choose to follow the general situation. This was the helplessness of being in the fifth ring, but people like them had the opportunity to be independent. Cultivators in the fifth ring were not allowed to act rashly, but those in Qing Kong could stay. This was the mystery of the Qing sword token. Judgment was judgment, and luck was luck. Both were indispensable. But now, at least from her point of view, she didn't see anything special. Qing Kong was still that quiet Qing Kong. Even the atmosphere seemed indifferent because most people had given up resisting, but it was far from the tense feeling of preparing for war in the fifth ring. Lazy, loose, going with the flow, muddling along, such an atmosphere surrounded this once great planet. It was hard to believe that so many great people had once walked out of this place. Rome wasn't built in a single day. 10,000 years of peace and tranquility had caused the people of Blue Sky to lose the temperament that they were once so proud of. In the end, with the retreat of the three pure ones, Shenyuan, they completely collapse. No one would be able to reverse such a situation. Unless the army of the fifth ring came in person, they could only change the result, but they might not be able to change the hearts of the people here. That bastard had been indulging himself since he was in Qing Kong. Did he never think that there would be such a result today? Just like what the ice guest said, a reversal seemed to only exist in the absurd plots of biographies and novels, and not real reality. Everyone was in deep thought and didn't say anything. Suddenly, the universe seemed to have paused for a moment. Then came Li Peinan's sharp voice, even though she was so old. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. It's too easy to collapse. Chapter 1343. In the Heaven's Choice Continent, Daoist Pang raised his head. It's starting. In the Juzian Upper Realm, by my place to peace. It's starting. In the Fifth Ring region, Chang Jin took a deep breath. It's starting. It's starting. It's starting. Wenji was a little excited. Although it wasn't good to fight, he had the intention to watch the show. Tai. It's unexpected, but also reasonable. Great, there's no need to guess. The next few great Dao collapses have been decided. After Tai, it will be Taichu, then Taisha, Taisu, Taikai, and Hun Dun. It can't be wrong. It's a calabash brother on a vine. You can't fall off, but you can't run away either. It's starting, a big scene. It's a blessing to be born in this era. Hey, little friend, why are you still sleeping? It's starting. Collapse. Lu Xiaoyi flipped over. It's up to you. Old man, how big of a deal is this? Why are you so anxious? Don't talk about one collapse, I've seen hundreds and thousands of collapsing at the same time. Have you heard of falling limit? Do you know how powerful it is? If you collapse inside, you won't be able to run away. Wenji couldn't be bothered with his usual nonsense. He said to himself, get up, it's time to prepare. Lu Xiaoyi went back to sleep. Prepare for what? We've been preparing for over 100 years. Stop arguing. Call me when we're there. Wenji was helpless. He looked around. Qing Xian's soul was wandering, the swordsmen were still as before, and the immemorial beasts were still. Sai, with his determination, when it came to it, he couldn't even compare to these murderous fools. Yang Cheng jumped up. Behind her, Huang Xiaoya hurriedly asked, Senior sister, where are you going? Yang Cheng's expression was firm. I'm going to Nanluo Ningzhou again. Even if I can pull one more, it'll be an extra force. Yang Dai also stood up. Then, I'll go to Donghai Linju. Yang Bo leaped away. Zigosha Prefecture. Huang Xiaoya jumped up. I'm slow, so I'll go to Chuanshang Plateau. Bing Ku had a face of righteousness. Fangzhong Island is tough, of course, I'll go. Li Peinan was the last one to react. The Thousand Island region? That place doesn't suit me. Who wants to switch places with me? We're all brothers and sisters. The swordsman would never sit still and wait for death. The hope was slim, and the chances were slim. It wasn't that they hadn't been to these places before. In fact, they had been there many times. But, the people there either spoke ill of them, closed their doors, refused to see them, sighed about their strength, or said that they didn't have enough manpower. In any case, no one was willing to go crazy with these sword lunatics. With no hope in sight, most of them chose to give up. He abandoned the pride of the Blue Sky tribe and only cared about his own continent, sect, and family. All of this was not something that could be solved by persuading them patiently, because they themselves were not strong enough. All the adults in their families had run away, leaving behind a few youngsters to trick them into becoming cannon fodder. It was very difficult. He had to endure all the supercilious looks. But no matter how difficult it was, they wanted to do it again, because the collapse of the Great Tao was clearly a signal. From the moment Tai collapsed, the enemy had begun their journey. They did not have much time left. The Heaven's Choice continent was completely sealed. Tens of thousands of cultivators were divided into two distinct camps and walked out in a single file. One was the Buddhist group, and the other was the Daoist group. In terms of numbers, they were evenly matched. There were more than 200 young gods, several perfected lords, and countless Yuanying. This was the number that half of the Heaven's Choice cultivators were unwilling to follow. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the Heaven's Choice cultivators was terrifying. This was also the reason why even someone as strong as the Fifth Ring never planned to take the initiative to attack the Heaven's Choice. They really couldn't afford to attack. The Buddhist and Daoist armies tacitly separated into two sides of the Heaven's Choice army. In fact, at this point, everyone's goal was already clear. It was just that no one said anything. They would wait until they reached the heaven and earth chessboard of the main world, Juzian, before making a decision. They appeared to be united, but they were divided at heart. This clearly showed the current mentality of the Heaven's Choice people. But their wisdom was that they had chosen a very suitable opponent. They would never go to the distant Fifth Ring. This was war. The most important thing was not the tactics, nor was it the strategy. It was how to choose the opponent. A power that always chose kindergarten-level opponents was a power that would never decline. On this point, the Heaven's Choice people had done it. It could also be said that the people of Juzian had also done it. It was a competition of being worse. The real battle was not here. And in the distance, in a part of the starry sky, more than 20 large treasure ships were flying quickly against the dark background of the void. No one knew what orthodoxy this was or which power they belonged to. At least, they couldn't tell from the treasure ship. In the treasure ship in the lead, 5 monks stood in front of the porthole with cold and solemn expressions. Their attack base was a little far away. Even if the treasure ship flew at full speed, it would still take 2 to 3 years to enter the once famous Suoju star system in the universe. It couldn't be helped because the target they were attacking had the most warlike orthodoxy in the universe. Once they were exposed, the attack power would be launched from the Fifth Ring. There were no accidents. Therefore, outside the universe where Suoju was located, they could only set up a decent large-scale Buddhist association, gathering the forces of Buddhism from dozens of universes. In the name of the Buddhist Association, they were actually gathering people. When the Great Tao collapsed, they would set off immediately. All of this was successfully hidden from the eyes of the people of Qing Kong. Of course, the current Qing Kong was no different from a blind man. They were no longer as aggressive as they were in their heyday. Their cultivators' movements outside the universe were very limited. Of course, they wouldn't notice the large-scale Buddhist assembly on the other side of the universe. In fact, their real goal was the gathering place of the army. In the process of gathering and waiting, there were new changes in the situation. Through their spies, They found out that Ching Kong had been abandoned by the fifth ring and had become an empty territory. This made them feel like they had punched empty air. After careful judgment, they also made adjustments to their plan. It was impossible to mobilize the army when the war was approaching. They were too big a target. Once they were discovered, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Therefore, 5 of the 10 great Buddhas of yang spirit that had been prepared secretly transferred to another Buddhist force that was attacking the fifth ring. That force was the main force of Buddhism, far from what they could compare to. A few great Buddhas of yang God were small targets and wouldn't easily attract attention when they moved, so it was completely feasible to deploy their forces. As for their side division, except for the 5 great Buddhas, the rest of the little Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were still there. They continued to attack the original target, Ching Kong. Carelessness was the most taboo in war. As the mother planet that had once given birth to a mighty sword immortal in the universe, they couldn't overemphasize it. Ching Kong still had the heaven and earth great membrane, and there were still countless large and small sects and forces. If these forces really gathered together, it wouldn't be easy to fight. Therefore, this fleet had more than 8,000 monks and 5 great Buddhas. Against the heaven and earth great membrane of Ching Kong, how many perfected Lords Yuanying? 1, 2,000. The suppression of strength was obvious. The most important thing was that Ching Kong didn't have a sun god. This was confirmed. They had all gone to the fifth ring. It was a well-deserved victory. It was just a matter of time. Chapter 1344. Under the gaze of the heavenly axiom, more chaos was happening. In the negative space, a rare group of meteorites floated quietly in the void, unchanged since time immemorial. However, after the Great Tao collapsed, the 5 meteorites in the group of meteorites slowly began to change. It was as if a cosmic shock wave had swept past, and the debris on the 5 meteorites began to vibrate more and more violently. A human-perfected monarch Yin master was moving around in this group of meteorites. He came from a medium-sized force in the fifth ring, and his main purpose of staying here was to monitor the negative space nearby to see if there were any strange, abnormal, or large groups of true cultivator. However, he was a little absent-minded now because the Great Tao collapsed, and he just happened to need such Great Tao fragments. Because of the importance of this matter, he couldn't leave easily, so he was a little annoyed. When he noticed the abnormality of the 5 meteorites, he naturally and unnaturally thought of the collapse of the Great Tao, but he neglected his purpose of coming here. The vibrations became more and more intense, as if something was about to break through the walls of the 5 meteorites. The perfected monarch, who realized that something was wrong, wanted to escape, but there wasn't enough time. A bug suddenly flew out. The strength of the sun god realm made all the resistance of the human meaningless. The bug was caught in its mouth, and with a few crunches, it swallowed it whole. The bug was still chewing its mouthpart, and the aftertaste was delicious. Behind it, the 5 meteorites collapsed one after another, revealing 5 incomparably huge bug hives. For a moment, the bug swarm covered the sky. After being silent for hundreds of years, it was finally time for them to kill. The bug hives gradually accelerated, and with the big bug beast beside them, they began to fly into the depths of the universe. This distance was planned long ago. In 2 to 3 years, they would launch an attack from all directions. The bug swarm appeared in a very simple and effective way, but it was also very clumsy. This depended on one's temperament and skills. However, there were also some that made a dazzling appearance. For example, in a remote airspace outside the 5-ring tripartite universe of the origin world, an old rotary turtle was looking at the void with lifeless eyes. Due to some reason, its lifespan had come to an end, but before it died, what could it do for the immemorial sacred beast clan? Slowly, the revolving turtle's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. However, there was a faint radiance on its back. This was one of the innate skills of the holy beast revolving turtle. Through the shells of the 2 black turtles, they could create a super long-distance spatial tunnel. Of course, when the tunnel disappeared after a period of time, the 2 revolving turtles would die of old age. Gradually, the light on the tortoise shell became brighter and brighter. The rotary tortoise endured the pain and tried its best to maintain the stability of the spatial tunnel. When the spatial tunnel was completely established, a holy beast leaped out. Between the heavens and the earth, the pair of ducks riding the geese, the feathers of the heavens, the wind of 90,000, shaking the scales of the sea, the water of 3,000. This was a legendary Kuan Peng. Of course, a Kuan Peng of the perfected monarch level was considered a baby of the Kuan Peng race. The word baby meant that they were hundreds of thousands of years old, not a few years old like humans. It was like opening a box of strange beasts. The Kuan Peng came out first, and then all kinds of strange beasts came out in group. Dragon, Zhu Yang, Swan Ni, Zhu Huai, Cheongqi, Bifang, Yingyu, Revolving Turtle, Scarlet Pheasant, Chongjia, Chu Ayu, Tiger Flood Dragon, Swan Yang. There were more than 400 of them, and they were all at the perfected monarch level. When the holy beasts passed, the revolving turtle let out a mournful cry and turned into a black light. It had completed its mission. The Kuan Peng spread its wings and let out a clear cry. Fifth ring humans have betrayed us and restarted the era, rebuilding the world. If this can be tolerated, what else can we tolerate? We didn't come here on impulse to start a war. This is a matter of life and death for our race, and we have no choice but to fight. We have no choice but to change. When the era changes, the immemorial beast holy beast is unknown. That is the true calamity of our holy beast race. I have a premonition that during this great change in the universe, the vicious beasts are also involved, and they are standing on the side of the fifth ring human. For the immemorial beast race, for the inheritance of the holy beasts, we have no other choice. Under the agitation of the crowd, the holy beasts began to fly forward. No one cared whether the Kuan Peng's words were true or false, because to them, whoever touched their interests and violated their rights, they had a reason to fight. The fifth ring humans had pushed down the first domino of the Great Tao, and they were the main culprits. If they didn't fight them, who else could they fight? In a certain space, a dozen Buddhas each held a Buddhist weapon and were setting up a special space transmission array. This transmission array had been prepared for hundreds of years, and it had been integrated with the wisdom of countless Buddhist powerhouses. It was somewhat heaven-defying. In theory, such a Buddhist formation couldn't succeed, because it violated some of the rules of the heavenly Tao. But now, 7 great Taos had collapsed, and the control of the heavenly Tao was not as good as before. Some heaven-defying things were gradually being researched, just like how they were opening the passage this time. After a few days, the transmission array took shape and began to operate slowly, gradually increasing the energy intensity. This process continued for more than a month before the passage was truly stabilized. Then, a creature rushed out and looked around vigilantly. It was a winged person. A great divine winged person. After confirming that it was safe, it let out a cry unique to the winged person. Then, as if a hole had been opened in a dam, a flood began to pour out, unstoppable. Dozens, hundreds, thousands. The transmission array couldn't hold on any longer and trembled slightly, but these winged people didn't care at all. They were like prisoners in prison, yearning for a free life outside. Finally, because the transmission array wasn't perfect, it collapsed under the endless attacks of the winged people. Countless winged people were torn to pieces when the spatial passage collapsed. These losses, however, didn't matter to the winged people. In the end, nearly 10,000 winged people rushed in. Although this kind of strength was not much different from the thousands of Buddhist forces outside, there was a difference between heaven and earth in terms of true combat strength. Defeating those Buddhist forces, killing 30% of them would probably be enough to shake their morale, but against these fierce and stubborn winged people, you had to kill until the last one. In ancient times, there were peng birds that lived in the sky. At the beginning of the universe, they multiplied and multiplied. They hated that the sky wasn't high enough, and they threw pellets. The heavenly Tao was clear, and the peng returned to the constitution. It was said that there was such a race, the descendants of the great peng. They had strange powers and could throw stars like pellets. Later on, the heavenly Tao probably felt that they had gone too far and affected the balance of the cultivation world, so it set up a constitution to restrain them. They were forced to leave their living space, leaving behind only some descendants with thin bloodlines in the original space. Because their abilities could not reach the level of their ancestors, they could not ascend to the heavens. After several eras, they struggled to survive in the original space, where the environment was getting worse and worse, and they were always waiting for a way out of their predicament. This space was called winged sky. Chapter 1345. The race in this space was called the winged race, a distant relative of the ancient Peng. Although they had gone through several eras and no longer had the magical abilities of the Peng, their starting point was much higher than that of humans. They were born with the ability to fly, and all of them had magical abilities that could only be cultivated. They were the perfect combination of the ancient divine beast bloodline and the human bloodline, possessing both innate magical abilities and acquired techniques. For such a race, everyone had abilities. Their intelligence development was no different from that of humans. If they weren't trapped in one place, if it wasn't for the fact that their reproduction wasn't satisfactory, if they were really placed in the universe, it wouldn't necessarily be just humans that dominated the universe. Parallel spaces didn't belong to or communicate with each other. Although the winged race was strong, they had nothing to do with the human world. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, a passage had appeared between the winged race and the human world. The location was fixed, but it didn't last. According to some mysterious law, the two spaces would intersect at certain times, providing each side with the possibility of entering the other space. Such a place would naturally be guarded by human cultivators. In fact, humans had guarded it and never let the winged race take a step into the main world. This place was called Planet Vanguard. It was the place where the human cultivator army gathered. However, the monks didn't set up the transmission array near Planet Vanguard. They set it up several universes away from the fifth ring, providing another exit for the winged race through a special space passage. Although this exit was a bit unstable and couldn't pass through the entire winged race, it was enough for a war. This was a force that could change the outcome of the war. The great heavenly wing with the highest status came in front of the Buddhas with an unhappy expression. The condition we reached before was to pass through 30% of the winged race at once, which means at least 100,000. But now, there are only 10,000. There are also hundreds of people who died in the space passage for no reason. We want to know, is this the end of your Buddhist sect's transmission? Or do you want to continue setting up the transmission array? Facing tens of thousands of winged race, the Buddhas weren't afraid at all. Their leader's tone was firm. Passing through 30% of the winged race is the ultimate goal. Any more and the heavenly Tao won't tolerate it. You know this very well. Nothing can be obtained for free. Our Buddhist sect has no obligation to help you return to the main world. How many of you can come over will depend on the role you play in this war. 10,000 is the fixed number this time, and there won't be a second time. Unless the war ends and we emerge victorious, everyone will sit down and discuss the merits and rewards. Then, we'll decide how many you winged race can cross next time. Does Wing Monarch understand what I mean? The great heaven's wings stared straight at him, unable to suppress his anger. That's not what you said before. If the Buddhist League goes back on their words, is their goal to use these 10,000 people as chess pieces, and throw them away when they are done with them? The Buddha did not back down. Every side is taking a risk. No one could guarantee anything. You are taking a risk, and you need to bet on the sincerity of us humans. My Buddhist sect is also taking a risk. We need to see the reactions of the various powers in the origin world. Will we incur public anger? If you winged people are willing to gamble, then go ahead. If you don't want to bet, then please leave. Great heavenly wings threatened. I don't believe that my 10,000-odd clansmen won't be able to find a place to settle down after I kill you old bald donkeys. The Buddha scoffed. Of course you have the right to do so, and you have the ability to do so. And then, you will become the public enemy of the entire cultivation world of the origin world. No power will let you go until you slowly disappear in the river of time. I bet that it won't take more than 500 years. If you insist, then enjoy your last 500 years of happiness. The great heaven's wings knew that there was nothing they could do to change the situation. The Buddhist League had its cunning, and the winged race also had its calculations. If 100,000 clansmen really came over, who would still fight to the death? Wouldn't it be better to find a better world to occupy? However, the cunning of humans was not something they could recklessly predict. It seemed that they still had to fight this battle. Fine, just treat it as the price they had to pay for the winged race's return to the origin world this time. It was impossible to achieve their goal without shedding blood. Under the leadership of the 10 Buddhas, the winged race army did not hide anything. They majestically passed through the origin world and entered the origin world struggle for the future of their race. The heavenly smoke puppet was very, very tired. After 2 years of running around, she had gained very little. Even if she spoke until her throat was hoarse, in most cases, it was just a waste of breath. She was the last to return to Mount Xiao. When she met her fellow disciples, they were all very embarrassed because everyone was the same. The departure of the main body of the Shenyuan 3 Pure Ones was too big a blow to the people of Qing Kong. Most of the powers would rather see Qing Kong being attacked than to protect their dignity. In their opinion, the moment the Shenyuan 3 Pure Ones left, Qing Kong had already lost its dignity. A forced melon is not sweet, so I didn't twist much. The ice guest blushed with shame. The few of them were speechless. When they tried their best, they realized how difficult it was to never give up in the dictionary of the Shenyuan swordsman. They did not ask for a 50/50th chance. Even if there was only a 10% chance of winning, they dared to fight for it. However, the problem now was that even 10% of winning seemed to be out of reach. There was no quantity at all. There was no quality to talk about. There was no courage to fight and the determination to face death with equanimity. How could they fight such a battle? Previously, they had looked down on the old guys on Zhonglao Peak. Each of them only knew how to donate their broken bodies, but did not know how to turn the tide. Now, they understood that those old guys had already seen through all of this, so they did not need to waste any effort. They ate, drank, and played. When the enemy came, killing one was enough. Killing two was a win. It was a simple way of thinking, but also the most practical. They had the intention to kill the enemy, but were powerless to reverse the situation. This was the most intuitive feeling they had. Only Yang Bo still had a lofty look on his face. What's there to be troubled about? Let me see. Don't guard the great membrane of heaven and earth. It doesn't conform to the fighting habits of the swordsman. Let's just drag them out. If the enemy comes, we'll fight them head on. At least we'll have a quick death. Why think so much? We cultivators cultivate our whole life. If we can't let go of our desires in the end, wouldn't we have wasted our whole life? Yang Bo wanted to reprimand him, but he could not say anything. However, Yang Dai, who was beside him, expressed her support, which was rare. What Yang Bo said is actually not wrong. Junior Marshal sister, let's make our own choices. Those who are willing to go out with us can go out and kill to their heart's content. Those who are willing to stay in the great membrane of heaven and earth can do whatever they want. Those who only want to guard their own mountain gate can also ignore them. We've already tried our best. Why think so much? Ice Guest's drummer supported him. Okay. Senior Marshal Brother Cigarette but told me a long time ago that it's better for swordsmen to fight in an open space. If we can't win, we can still run. The universe is vast. Maybe we can save our lives. The others glared at him with murderous gazes. This coward only spoke the truth. Chapter 1346. Tai Pu Jun finally stopped its long journey. It had arrived at its destination. This was still an unfamiliar space. Even to Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian, they were not sure if this was the Zhuoju system. This was because when they left, they were still two small Jindan who could not leave the void. However, there was one thing that could be confirmed. That was the towering tree that stopped not far away from Taiposhi. It was hanging alone in the void. This must be the legendary Zhuoju system's innate spiritual treasure, Tai Pu Jun, right? There was no time to feel sad. Lu Xiaoyi jumped out of Taiposhi and shouted, "Demon Blade!" The swordsman immediately took form. They took the lead and sprinted forward. Behind them were the Martial Saint Training Hall, Blood River Sect, physique, and soul cultivators. Beside them were 300 ferocious and ugly immemorial vicious beasts. These 2,000 people really took up their stances and ran in the void. Their power was unstoppable. There were no weaklings in his team. There were 300 swordsmen. Among them, 30 of them were from the shaking shadow realm. They were the best of the best in Juzian. The rest were from the Heaven's Choice realm. They were also the elites of the Heaven's Choice realm. Not a single one of them was an ordinary person. As for the remaining 4 human orthodoxes, which one of them did not struggle to survive in the face of adversity? If they were not strong enough, why were they the only ones who dared to go against the mainstream of the Heaven's Choice realm? Not to mention the 300 vicious beasts. They were a group of true elites. From the big tree to the blue sky, it would take several months. They would pass by several realms along the way. In a rush, Lu Xiaoyi would not follow the rules of the universe's realms. He would not talk nonsense like the sacred and inviolable airspace. Even if he walked in a straight line or took a shortcut, there was no need to be secretive. It was rare to see cultivators wandering around the Zhuoju system. They all knew that a great war was coming. If they were still showing off outside, wouldn't it be a pity if they were crushed into powder by the army? However, within the realm's airspace, there were still cultivators on guard. Seeing such a huge army sweeping over, who would not be shocked? Who wouldn't be afraid? Fortunately, the target of this army was not them. Instead, they were flying straight towards the blue sky. This was also in line with the judgment of the people of Zhuoju regarding the nature of this battle. Qing Kong was finished. There were a few cultivators who were watching from afar. They didn't dare to move forward, but they also didn't dare to move too far away. They were afraid that the other party would misunderstand their actions. It was only after the army had passed that he regained his senses. One of the cultivators sighed. When Qing Kong, have already given up on defense. How long can we last against such a powerful army with our current scattered forces? 2 hours. 4 hours. I bet that if they really fought, they wouldn't last more than a day. Everyone agreed. It was no secret that the 3 Pure Ones Shenyuan had left Qingkong, especially since the 3 Pure Ones had left very early. Therefore, the entire Zhuoju had already understood their purpose, which was to cling to the 5 rings and not to fight on 2 fronts. However, if that was the case, the small and medium-sized sects that remained in the Azure Sky continent would be in trouble. It would be better if they were good at licking their boots. If they were stubborn, it would be easy for their sects to be annihilated. However, there was also a cultivator who raised a different opinion. Senior brother, since they are attacking Qingkong, why does the vanguard seem to be a group of swordsmen? Everyone knows that Qingkong has the universe's #1 sword vein, Shenyuan. Swordsman fighting swordsman, how strange. An old man lectured, how old are you? Haven't you seen a Daoist fighting another Daoist? A monk killing a bald man? The universe is too big. The sword vein might not be a single piece of iron. The young Yuanying was still unconvinced. Look at those beasts, aren't they the legendary sacred beasts of ancient times? Why do they look so strange? Shouldn't they be sacred beasts like dragons, killins, and rocks? Why are there so many of them with 9 heads? Are they running so fast that their heads are swaying? Shenyuan received the news. Even a rotten ship would have 3 catties of nails. Furthermore, the current Shenyuan 3 Pure Ones weren't that bad. They were just running away. They still had a considerable number of supporters in Zhuoju. Although their current support wasn't enough to pull out their swords to help, it wasn't a problem for them to send a message. If Shenyuan 3 Pure Ones were here, they would gather people to help because of their so-called friendship. After all, these 2 sects had never lost an interstellar war in history. However, if the main sect wasn't here, it would be a different matter if you asked these guests to risk their lives. It didn't matter what the 3 Pure Ones did. Shenyuan people could only take care of themselves now. More than 200 cultivators gathered in the sky above Xiao Mountain. Most of them were Yuanying, and there were only a few perfected immortals. Among them, there were dozens of Shenyuan swordsmen. The rest were the tyrants of the north, Xuanyuan's loyal lackeys. No matter what, there were still many cultivators with integrity. This was determined by the cultivation atmosphere of the north. Moreover, if Shenyuan was in trouble, the other sects in the north wouldn't be any better. This was a voluntary assault. There was a very deep consideration in this. This was because the Shenyuan sword cultivators could better display their skills and tactics in the void, and also because it was easier for them to escape from the battle in the void. This was not because they were afraid of death, but because they had a bottom line in their cultivation. It was certain that most of these people would die in a real battle. Even so, as the commander, he had to consider leaving a chance for those who were willing to leave. This was the kindling and the inheritance of Tao. As for who was willing to leave and who was willing to die for the sword, it was purely up to nature. Who could say for sure until the last moment? The most important thing was the consideration for the people of the north and the cultivation world of the north. Under the premise that they could not defend the place no matter what, it would be more satisfying, faster, and more righteous to rush out and fight. Relatively speaking, it would make it harder for the enemy to retaliate. They might respect these martyrs very much, and the feelings that came from this would not bring the anger of the casualties to the occupied northern region. Xiao Mountain might not be burned down, and the sects in the north wouldn't be plowed through. On the other hand, if they relied on the world macro membrane to fight, it could be expected that this method would cause more losses to the attackers. Then, some irrational people would vent their anger in inappropriate ways. That would be a disaster. Therefore, since the world macro membrane couldn't be defended, the best choice was to fight outside. Swordsman's hot-bloodedness had a lot of considerations. It wasn't that it wasn't pure, but that it cherished the sects and the people of the north. This was a real swordsman. The three pure ones, as well as the blue sky sect's various sects and forces, were all apprehensive in this regard. Therefore, they deeply hated the three pure ones and Shenyuan. If they were all here, would they have to swallow their anger like this? Yang Kang, Yang Dai, Yang Bo, Huang Xiaoya, Li Peinan, Bing Gujian, and a few young swordsmen who volunteered to stay left Xiao Mountain alone with dozens of old, weak, sick, and disabled people of the Old Man Peak and more than 100 people of the north who didn't fear death. They disappeared in the tears of the disciples. What they wanted to prove was that even if the Shenyuan retreated, it was only a strategic retreat. It wasn't that the Shenyuan people were bent. The whole cultivation world of the north fell into a tragic atmosphere. Xiao Mountain was indeed the toughest continent in the Blue Sky sect. Almost no one fled. If they couldn't defend the world macro membrane because their realm wasn't high enough, then they would defend the mountain gate, the city, the mountains, the rivers, and everything that should be protected. Chapter 1347. This team passed through the Chi layer and entered the void. Although the composition was a little mixed, there was an unyielding aura that could not be underestimated. Their aura could be contagious. Perhaps when they flew out, there were still cultivators regretting that they were hot-headed enough to pretend to be a big shot. But when 200 people gathered together to face death, some of their selfish thoughts were completely squeezed out. What was left was to face death with equanimity, and how to explode with brilliance at the last moment of their lives. Humans were social creatures. This was also why it was difficult to overcome the fear in one's heart by committing suicide alone. But if there was a companion, it would be much easier. One would not be lonely on the road to the netherworld. While flying, Li Peinan lowered his voice. Ice-Guest. Why the hell are you trembling? You made me. Ice-Guest was not convinced. I'm not trembling. I'm surging my transcendence energy. Brother Li, don't blame me for your trembling, okay? An old Yuaniing following behind them laughed. Don't be embarrassed, there's nothing to be ashamed of. In this world, who doesn't have a timid and fearful time? If you can still rush forward with your heart beating like a drum, you are a hero. Do you think those who rush to the front are all fearless? They are also cursing in their hearts. They are cursing the heavens for being unfair. They are cursing the commander-in-chief for taking revenge. They are cursing their bad luck. But I want to tell you a truth about war. Those who rush to the front may not necessarily die the fastest. When the real battle starts, even if you want to tremble, you won't have the chance. So, tremble to your heart's content. As long as there is faith, There is nothing to fear. Ice Guest was a little confused. What faith? I don't have faith. I am just like what senior brother said about me. I have no ideas and am easily swayed by others. I was forced to do so. When they rushed, I followed. The old cultivator was speechless. He could only look at the other one. What about you? Do you have faith? Li Peinan gritted his teeth. I am a cultivator. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Yang Bo glanced at the little girl beside him. Yes, she is also an old girl now. Xiao Wei, are you afraid? Huang Xiao Wei nodded honestly. Afraid. I knew that this day would come sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly, and in such a way. I was tricked. I've been deceived by a cloudy and misty jade scroll all this time, thinking that I'm participating in some big wave. The sense of accomplishment, the sense of mystery, the sense of mission. Now, it seems that Guy was just making random guesses by chance, and he forgot about it after that. As a result, I've been on tenterhooks for hundreds of years. Senior brother, I see that you're not afraid at all. Can you tell me the secret of not being afraid? Yang Bo gave a deep smile. That's because you haven't fused the spirit essence into your bones and blood. I, your senior brother, am different. Even if I'm scared, I can pretend that I'm not scared. I can pretend to be calm and collected. He pretended to be duty-bound and not turn back. King came to the Azure Sky sect to look for opportunities in the upper realm. He wasn't here to die. Everyone says that I, your senior martial brother, am indifferent to life and death, but who knows my pain? Forget it. Since I've chosen this path, I can only pretend to the end. Flying at the front were two Shenyuan perfected lords. The inner sword was Yang Dai, and the outer sword was Yang Kang. It had to be said that these two women's achievements in the state of mind were far superior to others. Even if they were rushing towards death, it didn't stop them from discussing some trivial matters. Senior sister, your hairpin and Buyao are a bit troublesome in a chaotic battle. I think it's better to use a hairpin to tie it up. It's simple. Azure suits you best. Yang Kang reminded. Yang Dai nodded. You're right, but I don't like Azure Jade. I like Fendai. Junior sister, your foundation is a bit thick. I don't see you using it usually. Why, is it because this is the last time? Yang Kang laughed. This is a special foundation. There's only one use, and that's to not leave any bloodstains. I don't want to be floating in the void like a corpse with a bloody face. Yang Dai nodded. You're right. Give me some too. The two of them exchanged make-up questions during battle. After a short silence, Yang Dai asked a question that she had always wanted to ask. How on earth did we force ourselves to this point? Now that I think about it, it's really inconceivable. Yang Kang pondered for a moment. There seem to be many reasons. Our own, other people's, the universe's, realities, illusions, intuitions. It seems very coincidental, but when you think about it carefully, it's very inevitable. If that guy didn't go missing here, I think we wouldn't have gathered here. You and Yang Bo wouldn't have come. Little Ice, Ku Peinan, and the others would have gone to the Fifth Ring long ago. They're now part of the Fifth Ring Swordsman army. Yang Dai nodded. That makes sense. We seem to have all fallen into a trap. There were no coincidences in this world. Since everyone was gathered here, there must be a line in the unseen world that subtly influenced their behavior. It made them walk along the line unknowingly and finally walk together. Just like the six of them, there was only one line that they had in common, that unreliable guy. Did the swordsman's charge have to be without hesitation? Not necessarily. At the very least, the 6 people at the front of the charge all had such thoughts. They were unwilling to do so, because young lives still had endless possibilities. They still had many choices, even if they had to flee far away with this group of North Region's last forces. No one died for the sake of dying. This didn't conform to the natural laws of living creatures. But they still charged forward without hesitation. It was difficult to explain all this rationally. Friendship. Belief. Sword heart. Hope. People are human because sometimes they don't even know what they are doing. If there were biographies in the future to record all this, it might be elevated to the height of the Shenyuan spirit and swordsman tradition. But for now, this was actually a helpless, aimless, and pitiful venting. Because of confusion, despair, and perhaps some cowardice, they flew faster and faster. It was as if they couldn't get rid of the negative factors that affected them. After running like this for more than a month, a huge wave of spiritual vigor faintly came from the distance in front of them. That was a huge army advancing with indomitable will like them. There was a feeling of unscrupulousness as they moved unhindered. They were all at least Yuaniing grand cultivators, so they had their own experience in judging spiritual vigor. In the two-way confrontation, they could clearly feel that there were at least 2,000 cultivators in the army, and each of them was very powerful. There were hundreds of them, and even the most outstanding monarchs among them were overshadowed by the tyrannical aura of the enemy. It would be an instant annihilation. This was their judgment. The number was 10 times, and the quality was stronger. They realized that this was the last moment, and even the possibility of escaping didn't exist. The shadow of death was close at hand. This made everyone's adrenaline soar. Smokey opened her eyes wide, and the sword box made a long sound. She wanted to see the appearance of these enemies clearly. Smokey narrowed her eyes, and the sword ball in her brain was surging. She didn't care who the enemy was. Yang Bo straightened his body even more, and straightened his tall hat that couldn't be any straighter. Huang Xiaoya bit her lips and reminded herself that she couldn't lose face for her fellow disciples. The ice guest trembled even more violently, and the frequency was close to losing control. It caused Li Peinan, who was beside him, to tremble as well. Finally, they were killed by this thing. No matter how lucky they were, how could they escape this disaster? Smokey used all her strength. Shenyuan is here. Who wants to fight? Her voice echoed in the universe. Or was it a male voice? It shouldn't be. In the empty universe, when could it cause an echo like a room or a valley? Was it because she was too nervous that her voice cracked? Chapter 1348. It was not Huiyin. In front of them, more than 2,000 tyrannical existences brought about boundless killing intent. However, at the forefront of this killing intent was a face that could not be seen. Déjà vu? No, it was unforgettable. Aya. Senior Marshal Sisters. Little Yi missed you so much. I deserve to die for offending 2 Senior Marshal Sisters. I deserve to die. Lu Xiaoyi opened his arms and hugged his 2 senior sisters without any scruples. He even patted and kneaded them passionately, as if he couldn't express the joy of reuniting with them after hundreds of years. This was his only chance. If he missed it, there wouldn't be another one. Lu Xiaoyi. You still know to come back after death. After taking a punch and a kick, Lu Xiaoyi pointed behind him. Look, these are my brothers. Whoever dares to touch Qing Kong, I will beat him up until even his mother can't recognize him. A big collision turned into a big meeting. This was something that the 200 daredevils of Qing Kong did not even dare to think about. One was heaven and one was earth, one was death and one was life. They were all old acquaintances. Lu Xiaoyi was the bridge. As they flew back, he introduced them to each other. This is Wen Ji, an old liar. This is Mottled Bamboo, countless people. This is Tsong Rong, a exhibitionist. This is Liu Jun, a little ugly. This is Little Meow, you can play with it as a pet. This is Mo Shui, Long Jian, Go Yuan. Well, this is the trashy Daoist of the 3 pure ones. Let's not talk about this. They were surprised and had many things to say. However, as cultivators, they knew what was most important. After listening to Smokey's introduction, they realized that Qing Kong was in a bad situation. It was the worst situation they had expected, second only to the fact that it had been conquered. Hence, they turned to Qing Xian. If you go back to Nanluo, how much support do you need to gain control? Qing Xian did not hesitate. Give me 100 swordsmen. It's useless for others to go. We have to let them know that Shenyuan is back. Only then can they work together. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. What do you think of Fangzhong Island? Qing Xian's eyes widened. Give me 10 days. 10 days later, you and I will meet at Fangzhong Island. If you don't set a Buddhist seal, then I'll slaughter it. Lu Xiaoyi laughed heartily. That's a good brother. It's you, the three pure ones, who said it. It's not me, Shenyuan, who wants to sacrifice the flag. Wenji said weakly, young friend, you've already sacrificed the flag once. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care at all. Then let's do it again. With the war at hand, we cannot allow any internal problems to occur. This is not the time to be soft-hearted. Smokey watched quietly from the side. His former junior brother had always liked to take advantage of him. Now, he had become another person, an ambitious and ruthless character in the universe. The 300 swordsmen under him were like wolves and tigers. The 300 primordial ferocious beasts obeyed his every command, and the 4 unorthodox orthodoxes were obedient to him. 2,000 tigers were on standby. Were all of these things conned? Was that even possible? There was no one to recommend him, and there were also the elders of the sect surrounding him. He gave orders as if there was no one around, laughing and cursing, and no one dared to question him. Of course, the brothers he brought with him were definitely led by him. Even on his own side, senior sister Yang Dai followed him quietly. Smokey's back was straighter, while Huang Xiaoya, icy guest, and Li Peinan turned into traitors at the first moment. They were just short of growing a tail. After the arrangements were made, Lu Xiaoyi gave his 2 senior sisters a bear hug again. Although the 2 of them were prepared and avoided him, they were still thick-skinned. Little Yi hasn't returned to the Azure Sky realm for a long time. I miss my hometown and old friends very much. It just so happens that my brothers have never seen the birthplace of the Sword Immortal. Why don't we invite everyone to accompany us and tour the Azure Sky realm together? With a team of more than 2,000 cultivators, how was this a tour? It was simply a demonstration. They wanted to tell the whole Azure Sky realm that Shenyuan was back. Those who had money gave money, and those who had strength gave strength. If they still cowered, they would be beaten up. It might be very rude, it might be very careless, and it might lose the gentlemanly manner of cultivators. But in the current situation, it was the fastest and most effective way to arouse the Azure Sky realm's desire to resist the invasion. It was very swordsman, and also very Lu Xiaoyi. How could he travel in brocade clothes at night when he had gathered strength and returned with glory? Yang Chen put forward her own suggestion. Easy first, then difficult. First Shenyuan, then the plateau, then Shiga, then the East Sea, and after the Thousand Island region, we'll go straight to Fangjong Island. What do you think, little Yi? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. You're the master here, so you're most familiar with the situation. Just listen to your senior sister. In the northern region, the mortals were still living their normal lives without being aware of it. They and the cultivation world were 2 different worlds, but the dignitaries among the mortals had already felt the changes in the past few decades. Their cultivators had become reclusive, and they were no longer obsessed with the affairs of the mortal world. This atmosphere was getting more and more serious, so serious that in recent years, almost all the cultivators in the mortal world had disappeared. Most of them had been summoned back to their sects, waiting for the disaster that would befall them at any time. This atmosphere reached its peak when Shenyuan, swordsman, and more than 200 other cultivators rushed out of the universe to find the enemy's main force and fight with their backs to the wall. No one thought that they would succeed, because in this world dominated by cultivation, there were many things that could not be hidden from others. Some were sad, while others were secretly happy. But as cultivators, they did not act blindly without thinking. History had taught them a lot. Shenyuan was not destroyed, but no longer focused on the Azure Sky realm. So even if they were defeated this time, they could counterattack anytime, anywhere. No one was willing to face the swordsman's revenge. They were just curious as to what kind of power dared to come to the Azure Sky realm and steal Shenyuan and the 3 pure ones' tiger skin. The last person who did this was not recorded in history, was it? Even in the northern region, this idea was very popular, not to mention the other continents. The sky was the place they were most concerned about, because all changes would start from there. Perhaps a great war would start at the grand membrane of heaven and earth, or a large number of occupiers would come down. The only thing they complained about was that they did not know what kind of flag to express their feelings. Was it a Tao flag? A Buddhist flag? A beast flag? Or something else strange? Until today, there was finally a change in the sky, a huge change. When more than 2,000 cultivators passed through the grand membrane of heaven and earth at the same time, even the mortal world could feel the great chain. Lights and shadows flickered, thunder shook the sky, clouds were torn apart, and strong winds howled. The beasts all hid in their nests with their tails between their legs, trembling in fear. Humans did not have tails to hide in, but they did not dare to hide in their rooms, fearing that the ground would crack. Everyone, regardless of whether they were cultivators or mortals, looked up at the sky, hoping to see something from the rapid changes in the cloud. In history, they actually could not see anything like this. Cultivators would subconsciously avoid showing too much of their cultivation power in the mortal world, but this time, it was different. The clouds surged and were shaken to the point that they were like floating cotton. Groups and clusters of humans and ferocious beasts suddenly appeared in the sky above the northern region, covering the sky and the earth. Countless mortals knelt on the ground. Heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Who kidnapped the fairies of the immortal court? Did the immortals send soldiers to settle the score? Chapter 1349. The mortals made countless comical conjectures based on the novels. They began to hide their children, their women, their food, and finally, they hid themselves in the cellars. Only the older ones were left behind because they felt that these ferocious monsters would not like to be bitten by the old ones, but in the eyes of the cultivators, the world had changed. But it seemed that nothing had changed. Because the sharp eyes noticed that the swordsmen who once fearlessly faced the enemy and the 100 or so powerful cultivators of the northern region who followed the battle seemed to be living well and had returned in one piece. Was this a collective mutiny and they came back to lead the way? At this moment, thousands of people in the sky shouted at the same time. Shenyuan has returned, bless the azure sky. Cultivators of the northern region should strengthen themselves. Gather at Xiao Mountain to resist the foreign invaders. The rolling sound waves pierced into everyone's ears without any scruples. Mortals were fine, they just thought that they heard thousands of Lala Mole crickets calling. But when cultivators heard it, the mana in their bodies would resonate. It was like the sound of zhongming, penetrating their ears, drilling into their brains, shaking their souls. The higher the realm, the more unbearable it was. This group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals circled the northern region in half a day. No cultivator could avoid the sound waves, no matter what level of secret chamber you were in or how deep the cave you were in, no one could avoid it. Even the zombies deep in the mountains were shaken up. They climbed out of their coffins and jumped a few times, carefully thinking about what they should do. Jing Tsong, who was already anxious, did not fly to Xiao Mountain but followed behind the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Gradually, they gathered into a stream and became bigger and bigger. The people of the azure sky, especially the people of the northern region, never lacked passion. Otherwise, this place would not be the home of the sword. They were just running away because they were sad about Shenyuan. When Shenyuan returned, who would be a coward and be laughed at for the rest of their lives? Half a day later, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals began to turn towards the northwest. Yuanying of the northern region's powerful cultivators could still keep up, but the remaining Jindan could barely keep up. The foundation establishment cultivators had long lost shadow, but the change in momentum and state of mind was the most important. This kind of call was commonly known as a martial call. It was different from discussing with you in a soft voice. The so-called martial call meant that if you were called, you had to respond and follow. Otherwise, after the battle, it would be time for the entire region to be cleansed. On the Chuanshan Plateau, everything that had happened in the northern region was repeated again. Only a few words were changed, but the effect was the same as in the northern region. The Shenyuan Three Pure Ones were the absolute backbone of the azure sky realm. This was the influence of tens of thousands of years. When they left, the hearts of the people in the azure sky realm were no longer there. However, as long as they returned, they would be able to regain their confidence. After all, the azure sky realm had not truly changed masters. This was a form of encouragement, a form of provocation, a form of inspiration, and a form of coercion. Coercion was not all coercion. In the history of mankind, there were also countless events that were accomplished through coercion, such as the Sirius expedition nearly 20,000 years ago. Don't think that justice doesn't require means. The majority of humans are ordinary people, and it's the same for cultivators. Most people will look at the trend, see which way the wind is leaning, and then follow. After all, those who dare to stand out in the first batch are in the minority. After the Chuanshan Plateau was the Shigesha region. At this time, the cultivators in the sky were already boundless, multiplying by several times. Of course, there were many Jin Dan mixed in among them. Under someone's intentional connivance, this snowball rolled bigger and bigger. The momentum was astonishing. Anyone who dared to stop it would be crushed into powder by the Azure Sky people who were beginning to become fanatical. Is this good? Many people can actually use a gentler method, and not like this where it's either one or the other. Isn't it too cruel to do that? Yang Cheng sighed. This junior brother's return was completely different from when he left. In the past, he didn't care about anything and would hide if he could, but now he was arrogant and domineering, full of vigor. Lu Xiaoyi was very firm. We lack time. We don't have enough strength. We also have internal problems. I don't need much, even if you give me another 10 years, I won't use this method. However, our current situation is in the future. Under the great tide, everyone should follow the heavens and respond to the situation. Everyone should have eyes. Usually, we can tolerate their little tempers, but not now. Right now, we're just gathering strength. After that, there will be even more problems of combining these messy cultivators. I'm not familiar with them, so I can only rely on senior sister and you to do it. I'll be at the side as a hatchet man. As soon as you start, I'll shout mighty. Let's get through this first. Yang Dai chuckled. The Azure Sky battlefield is only where the main force is. The probability of us getting through this is very high. Little Yi, have you ever thought about going to the fifth ring after getting through the Azure Sky battlefield? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Senior sister, you have great foresight and are righteous and courageous. After this matter, we must go to the fifth ring. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a strong start but a weak finish? Not only do we have to go to the fifth ring, after we're done with it, I also want to bring people to kill our way back to Juzian. Yang Dai smiled. Then attack the Heaven's Choice at the end? Lu Xiaoyi laughed awkwardly. We can't go there. It's too big. I don't want to fight those Heaven's Choice people until they're united. The best way to deal with them is to lure them out. They're dragons at home and worms when they come out. Yang Cheng looked at the group of cultivators behind them. Little Yi, most of these friends are from Heaven's Choice, right? I understand. As long as we defeat Heaven's Choice outside and let these people go back. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. This is just a vision. Heaven's Choice is so big, but they can't even unite now, let alone in the future. The universe's environment will only become more and more chaotic in the future. We shouldn't just call them Heaven's Choice. There are many Heaven's Choice. There are Heaven's Choice Taoists, Heaven's Choice Buddhists, and Heaven's Choice neutral sects. Heaven's Choice has small and medium-sized forces, close to 10,000 countries, and countless ravines. There's no need to fight. You just need to watch from the side, and they'll naturally split into countless. Yang Cheng sighed. The premise is that we have to get through this. If Heaven's Choice gets the final victory, the Heaven's Choice continent will be like they're on steroids. Danger will unite them, and victory will also unite them. Lu Xiaoyi gave a thumbs up. My two senior sisters are wise and powerful. You have great foresight and are able to see through everything. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. How about this? When will you find a chance to teach me a few moves alone? Yang Cheng glanced at him. Tell me, how many senior sisters did you get to know in Juzian? Lu Xiaoyi cried out in grievance and pointed behind him. Senior sister, if you don't believe me, you can ask these guys behind me. Am I a model of cleanliness in Juzian? I have no junior sisters, no senior sisters, and no master's wife. Yang Dai played it down, but her words were still heard by all the swordsmen. Junior sister and I probably still have some say in Shenyuan. We also have the right to make suggestions regarding Xuanyuan's entry level, swordsmanship, inheritance, and so on. However, Shenyuan needs honest people. Some swordsmen were moved. Chapter 1350. The snowball rolled from the northern region to the Chuanshang Plateau and then rolled to the western Geshe state. This was the base of the Taiyi heavenly sect and the Shangqing temple. It had a deep relationship with the Shenyuan. Once summoned, they responded immediately. From this, it could be seen that Yang Cheng had a deep understanding of the Qing sky cultivators. The smoothness of the north region and the west region of the Azure Sky sect's 4 great prefectures immediately caused the snowball to roll to an astonishing scale. With the participation of those gold core cultivators, the scale of the snowball went straight to 10,000. Thus, when they flew to the eastern sea in a mighty manner, no one dared to oppose them openly or secretly. In order to protect the Azure Sky sect, they took advantage of the situation and rose up. At this point, the general trend was set and could not be stopped. Are we still going to Nanluo? Yang Cheng asked. She was a little worried about Qing Xian. Although she came from the 3 Pristines, she was from the Shangqing temple. If she went to Nanluo to command the Taiqing Yuqing, she might not be able to complete the task. Lu Xiaoyi said matter-of-factly, "Go. Why not? Qing Xian is just going to be the vanguard. The key is to let everyone see the unity of the Qing sky cultivators. If not, some timid people will never dare to stand out." He knew Yang Cheng's scruples. She was afraid of damaging Qing Xian's reputation. However, his senior sister did not understand the relationship between them. After 600 years of friendship, they had a deep understanding of each other. Qing Xian was also not a shallow person. If he went to Defy state, it was obvious that he was going to slap his friend's face. Perhaps Qing Xian herself had a premonition. Being alone in a distant region for 600 years, she was not that weak. In Nanluo and Ningzhou, Qing Xian was very supportive. She had gained the trust of the remaining cultivators of the Taiqing Yuqing. However, to spread this trust to all the sects in Nanluo, it would take time. He was a little regretful that he had boasted in front of Lu Xiaoyi. Now was not the time to fight over personal feelings. Time was very important to them, but he wasn't worried, because with his understanding of that guy, he was arrogant. How could his grandson not come to Nanluo to show off? South Luoning province was the largest Daoist gathering place in the Blue Sky continent. Under the joint summons of Xuanyuan's army and the 3 Pure Ones, no cultivator dared to ignore them. It was not only for the sake of power, but also for the sake of their homeland. No matter how one looked at it, under the current circumstances, it was the stupidest and most shameful thing to do. If everyone gathered together, they would have a much greater chance of defeating the invading enemy. After the South Civ was the Thousand Islands region, a paradise for rogue cultivators. The reason why it was later was purely because of the distance. Needless to say, rogue cultivators were always the best group of people to join in on the fun. However, that was not what they were thinking about now. Qing Xian suggested. As the descendant of the 3 Pristines, he had the foresight of his predecessors. 2 directions. Fangzhong Island or the Deep Sea. Fangzhong Island was the base of the Deju Temple. The Deep Sea was the gathering place of the high-level sea beasts of the Blue Sky continent. This was also a cultivation force that could not be ignored in the Blue Sky continent. There were even sea beasts of the Yang spirit level among them, but for tens of thousands of years, they rarely showed themselves and only moved about in the endless sea. They were a very peaceful group of beasts that had always lived in harmony with humans. Smokey asked politely, "Senior brother Qing Xian, what do you think?" Qing Xian said, "I think it's more appropriate to go to the deep sea first, because it's closer, and because they are also one of the masters of the Blue Sky continent. We shouldn't leave them behind in this kind of realm war. It's also a form of respect." The 2 female cultivators felt that it was very reasonable. Lu Xiaoyi curled his lips and went on to a deeper level of interpretation. What he actually means is to pull in the deep sea beast. If we can fight with the great Buddhas of the Deju Temple, then we can wash the Fangzhong Island with blood. You two have to be careful. Don't be fooled by this daoist's appearance, his heart is black. He eats people without spitting out the bones. Qing Xian laughed dryly. He could hide his thoughts from everyone, but he could not hide it from this guy, just like how this guy could not hide it from him. Smokey frowned slightly. Little Yi, that's not good, right? We don't have any evidence. Such a big orthodoxy, internal strife before an external war. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Technically, it's not difficult. Actually, I also love peace and have no prejudice against Buddhism. But Qing Xian is my brother. If he insists, I can't go against him too much. Qing Xian cursed in his heart. Damn it, he's talking about brothers now? He was trying to shift the blame, but he was unwavering in his actions. He could also see that Lu Xiaoyi had a big penis for these two senior sisters. He was also a lower body animal. He needed to explain a little. There's no need for evidence. The fact that the Deju temple has not made a sound until now is abnormal in itself. In the blue sky great world, there have been 3 pillars since ancient times: Shenyuan, the 3 pure ones, and the Deju temple. More of our sects went to the 5th ring, but the strength of the Deju temple in blue sky is stronger than ours. As the only pillar of blue sky in this crisis, why are they playing dead and not making a sound? What's the reason? Is this a complete separation of blue sky? They don't think of themselves as blue sky people. They only admit to being Buddhist disciples. They don't even pretend. What do you think it's for? Smokey and Smokey Mayday still did not understand. It was not that they were stupid, but that they were not like those 2 fellows who lived in a foreign land of mutual deception. Qing Xian sneered. At the very least, you can put on an act and lead everyone to resist a little before surrendering. At the very least, you can gain the respect of all of blue sky and lay a good foundation for the spread of Buddhism in the future. How can Buddhism give up such an opportunity to win people's hearts? If they don't do it, there's only one possibility. The 2 girls widened their eyes. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. They still lacked experience. Qing Xian said word by word, there's only one possibility. The ones who are about to invade blue sky are also Buddhist forces. So it's meaningless whether they pretend or not. If they pretend, they'll look even more hypocritical. So they might as well be cowards. They know very well who are coming. Even their own temple of Deju Zen temple will be among them. So I said, there's no room for discussion. I'm not the only one who thinks this. Your Lu Xiaoyi has long wanted to sacrifice a monk as a sacrifice. At the very least, I can still find a few excuses to justify my actions. This guy can't even be bothered to think of a reason. Otherwise, why do you think he's gathering so many people to walk around blue sky to build momentum? It's to make an example out of them. Under the bloodshed, no one will dare to be disloyal. Lu Xiaoyi widened his eyes innocently. I have such thoughts. Why don't I know about it? Smokey and Smokey Mayday looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The 2 of them thought that they were at the most outstanding level among the current generation of Shenyuan cultivators. In their actions, they also faintly had the demeanor of a big family. However, in front of a real hero, the 2 of them were still too inexperienced. The difference in all aspects was not only in their strength, but also in their tactics and even more so in their ruthlessness. The universe was collapsing and demons were appearing frequently. Fortunately, these 2 were on the same side. Chapter 1351. The center of the deep sea was a place where humans rarely set foot in. It was not because they did not have the ability to come, but because they respected the deep sea monsters. If they did not go to the land, they would not come to the deep sea. However, on this day, the sky above the deep sea was almost filled with human cultivators. They were densely packed like black clouds. Although they didn't threaten the sea beasts like they did on the continent, the pressure of tens of thousands of cultivators was enough to make the sea beasts restless. Of course, they knew why the humans were here. Tens of thousands of cultivators stood quietly, but the psychological pressure caused by them was not something that the sea monsters could ignore. Cut themselves off from the blue sky? Cut themselves off from the humans? How was that possible? A huge single-horned blue whale floated to the surface of the sea, indifferent to the pressure of tens of thousands of human cultivators. Its body had already surpassed the treasured ship they once owned. In its perception, the humans were not scary, but the 300 Archean fierce beasts higher up were terrifying. That was the suppression of the bloodline, engraved in the depths of the soul. There was no bargaining. This was not the style of a sun god-level emperor of the sea monsters. The sea race will gather all the elites and fight against the foreign invaders with the humans. But we will not participate in the disputes between the humans in the blue sky. It was expected. This was the power. The deep-sea beasts knew very well that even if there were invaders from other regions, they would never infringe on the interests of the sea beasts for no reason after entering Blue Sky Continent. Therefore, they naturally defined this war as a war between humans. To them, they had the advantage of advancing and retreating freely. If the three Pure Ones led by Shenyuan took the lead, they would certainly follow. If no one led them, they would certainly shrink back in the deep sea, and there was no need to clean up the mess for the humans. Therefore, when Lu Xiaoyi came with the power, it was only natural for them to take action. In fact, attracting the sea monsters was more of a symbolic move. In the cultivation world, among the various creatures of the same realm, the achievements and strength of humans were obviously higher than other races. Among the monsters, the strength of the Archean beasts was higher than that of the realm beasts. In addition, the sea monsters were the cornerstone of their survival. Their abilities would be further reduced if they left the sea. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi did not expect too much of their combat power in the universe. Letting the sea beasts fight in the void of the universe was like letting the void beasts fight in the deep sea. Very few cultivators were like humans, who could ignore the difference in environment. The team, which had swelled up once again, began to gallop across the sky. The cultivators from the various continents who had joined the team gradually understood why their final destination was the Fangzhong Island. This was something that Qing Xian purposely allowed the Taoists to spread. The crafty Taoists were much more skilled than the swordsmen when it came to such matters. Moreover, they had many more friends. His goal was to create public opinion, a public opinion that was favorable to their actions. The public opinion was that the Deju Zen temple had betrayed Qing Kong, otherwise, if he suddenly made a move, it would cause chaos among the huge group of cultivators and cause them to have different thoughts. He had to admit that the Oxnoses were very good at this. It was their specialty. It was also because of his inappropriate behavior in the Deju Zen temple, and also because of the fundamental differences between Taoism and Buddhism. For tens of thousands of years, there had never been such a good opportunity. With the survival of the domain at stake, the Taoists keenly grasped the loophole of the Buddhist sect. If he didn't destroy it now, when would he? On the Fangzhong Island, the monk army was orderly. Taoism was such a big scene. Tens of thousands of cultivators had circled the entire Qing Kong. If the Deju Zen temple still didn't know what was waiting for them, then it would really be a disgrace to their reputation of tens of thousands of years of inheritance. Annihilating a sect was not a decision that ordinary people could make. In the Shenyuan sword sect, this was something that the chaotic Thunder Palace and the Sword Aura Rushing Heaven Pavilion could not decide on their own. This was because the opponent was not an ordinary Buddhist sect, but a Tao tradition with a longer history than Shenyuan. This required the approval of the Sun God Perfected Lord. But now, under the command of the two Yin gods who had returned, it was brazenly happening. Xiaoyi. Yang Chen was a little worried. Lu Xiaoyi smiled slightly. Taking advantage of the time when Qing Xian went to the rear to organize and spread the rumors, he explained to his confidant beside him, there are 3 reasons. Think about it, am I right? First, when the army is in a battle, the most important thing to avoid is the instability of the army's morale. I'm the commander. I can't let more people be in danger because of my soft-heartedness. This is not the time to be indecisive. Second, this is the idea of the 3 Pure Ones. Let's push it away as much as possible. Don't be embarrassed. Do you know why Qing Xian didn't deny it? This is him proving his value. I pulled the team together, so he has to shoulder the responsibility. The 2 of us are going to Juzian together. Each of us has our own responsibilities. How can we favor one and discriminate against the other? Lastly, regarding the sect, Don't worry. Don't you know the nature of our Shenyuan? If we win the battle, we don't need to explain anything. If we lose the battle, I won't be able to explain myself even if I have 100 mouths. Fourth, I've already given the monks a chance. A big circle around the sky is enough for them to pass through the macro membrane 100 times. If they are still waiting here to play with integrity, such an enemy is very scary. I'm timid and afraid of trouble. I don't care about scary enemies. A dead monk is still a good monk. Yang Chen and Yang Dai were speechless. With such a scheming mind, if the monks ran away, they would be labeled as traitors. If they didn't have the courage to confront them, they would be ordinary people. If they ran away, they would lose their hearts. Lu Xiaoyi was playing with a false victory. If they didn't run, Lu Xiaoyi would benefit from a bloodbath on Fangzhong Island. He wouldn't lose out no matter what. However, little Miao keenly pointed out his loophole. Senior brother, it's 4. Why have you become like mottled bamboo now? Can't you count? Before they even flew to Fangzhong Island, they already knew that the monks had chosen to persist. Little Yi. There might be a young god-perfected lord in Deju Temple. It's quite troublesome. Yang Dai reminded him. There were always restrictions in a battle between cultivators. Many of them weren't explicitly stated, but they were engraved in every cultivator's heart. For example, the slaughter of the Buddhas this time should be an internal affair of Qing Kong. In theory, it should be done by Qing Kong's own people. Just from strength alone, there were many young god-level beasts among the immemorial beasts. Even if one couldn't defeat a human great Buddha, a few more would be enough. However, if they did this, it would create some negative influence in the crowd of cultivators who were watching. They would feel that the Shenyuan swordsman was nothing more than this. Qing Kong had to invite outsiders to help when enforcing the family rules. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care, but Shenyuan did. Originally, it was an idea to have the deep-sea beasts suppress the great Buddha of Deju Temple. This was also the deep-seated reason why Qing Xian went to the deep sea first. However, the single-horned blue whale was cunning and intelligent. The moment it opened its mouth, it said that it wouldn't participate in the grievances between humans. The little fox hit a wall with the old fox. This was why Yang Dai was worried now. To kill a young god-level great Buddha, who knew how many people would have to die? The key was that under the watchful eyes of so many people, you couldn't kill too slowly. Lu Xiaoyi said softly, "It's okay, I'm here." Chapter 1352. On the island of Fangzhong, 1,000 monks who were above the level of Arhat were facing off in the temple. The 10,000 feet Buddha looked at the cultivators pressing down from the sky. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried. It was not a matter of his own safety, but the disciples under him. He had thought of sending the excellent Buddhist seeds away, but he was unanimously rejected by the monks. Swordsman had the heart of the sword, Taoist had the heart of the Tao, and Buddhist had the heart of the Buddha. He was proud, but also ashamed. To be honest, he was under a lot of pressure. According to the plan, they only needed to wait quietly in the green sky. They did not arrange for them to be spies and create chaos in the green sky. This was the Buddhist sect's confidence in their offensive power. It was also the result of the green sky becoming an empty region. They did not have a battle mission. This was an open and above-board invasion of external forces. But now, trouble was coming. Shenyuan had brought in a group of reinforcements from somewhere. The composition of the reinforcements was complicated, and he still did not fully understand their origins. There were swordsmen, other Taoist orthodoxes, and even Archean fierce beast. The Archean fierce beasts of Heaven's Choice had taken sides. But no one told them this. He did not arrange for a large-scale evacuation, because these uninvited guests had already sealed the Hong membrane when they entered the blue sky. If they dared to break in, they would immediately be treated as traitors and beaten up, without even a chance to defend themselves. It was better to wait on the island of Fangzhong. At least, they did not have conclusive evidence to prove that Deju Temple was in cahoots with foreign invaders. There was no good way to deal with the current situation. Deju Temple's forces in the blue sky were stronger than Xuanyuan's 3 pristines. This was a fact, but this strength was only relative. It did not mean that Daeju Temple's main force was in the blue sky, so the difference in numbers was like heaven and earth. He could only delay, using his strength as a great Buddha to delay as much time as possible. The formation defense in the temple was very complete, but that referred to opponents of the same level, not the whole group of cultivators in the blue sky. 20,000 cultivators, one spell each, the formation of the mountain gate could not withstand it. This was an unchangeable fact. Thousands of monks stayed in the formation, and only he stood in front of the formation. This was a necessary risk, and for a human great Buddha at the level of Yang spirit, it was his responsibility. He was waiting for the other party to denounce him. In terms of eloquence, this was his strength. He didn't know how long he could drag it out, but his goal wasn't to change the views of Xuanyuan's three pure ones. After tens of thousands of years of living together, there were deep grudges between them. There was no possibility of easing the tension and letting go. His goal was the followers. After observing for a few days, he finally understood some key point. Aside from the hundreds of Yuanying in Shenyuan, the three pure ones were the last remaining forces left behind. Most of the people here were still just onlookers. They could not say that they were fighting for it, but they could question it and create a barrier. This was the only chance for the Daeju Zen temple. That was why he was hovering outside the formation. That was why he was not afraid of facing more than 10,000 cultivators by himself. He was trying to find out who was the true leader among the countless cultivators. He should be among the swordsmen. He focused his attention on the limited number of swordsmen's primordial spirits. He was unfamiliar with them, so he couldn't make a judgment at the moment. Lu Xiaoyi nodded at Qing Xian. Both of them had a tacit understanding in this aspect. Talking before the battle? They did not have the time for that. Everyone had rushed here and spent a lot of effort to gather here. They were not here to listen to others' arguments and to use time to dissolve their momentum. It was not difficult to understand the logic of a drum to build up the spirit, then it would weaken and then it would be exhausted by the third. Breaking formations was the Daoist sect's specialty. Although the Buddhist sect was not weak, there were too few people guarding the formation. There were more than 1,000 monks. After excluding the Luohan, there were only about 100 bodhisattvas and Buddhas. How could they be compared to the thousands of Taoists in the sky? As long as they were organized properly, it was only a matter of attacking a few times. Under his command, the Taoists of Qing Kong, under the coordination of the Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing Old Fellows, had already coordinated the level of attack before they arrived at Fangjong Island. They lined up in the sky above the Daeju Zen temple. The 10,000 feet tall Buddha was still waiting for the opponent's leader to come out and confront him, but the Taoists in the sky had already finished preparing their spells. In the next moment, the spells of all the Qing Kong cultivators at the same time, with the same Tao state, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, had already landed on the Taoist. Killing without teaching? Even if he had a good Buddha nature, he could not stop a surge of anger from surging up. The Taoists had gone too far and were unreasonable. They caused his plan to fail and die in the womb. The key was that with 10 or 20,000 Taoists, he could not even capture the leader first to catch the bandit. He did not know which Daoist he should attack, which group of Taoists. However, anger was anger. Although the Taoists' thunderous attack had put the great formation in jeopardy, it had also allowed him to see some clues. The 300 immemorial beasts did not attack. The swordsman group did not attack. The few orthodoxes who were obviously not of Qing Kong's origin did not attack either. The deep-sea beasts did not attack either. This was an opportunity. This meant that there was no sun god among the group of cultivators who attacked him. The immemorial beasts and sea beasts did not attack, which meant that they were abiding by the unwritten rules of the cultivation world. The swordsmen and those strange orthodoxes did not attack, which meant that they were waiting for him, the great Buddha, to make his final struggle. Counterattack. It would not be effective. Fighting against 10,000 alone was a joke even to the sun god. In an instant, the 10,000 feet tall Buddha made a decision. Under the coordination of the three Pure Ones cultivators, the Taoists quickly launched a second attack. With this kind of strength, the Great Formation would collapse in 3 or 4 attacks. However, their second attack did not achieve their expected goal, because the 10,000 feet tall Buddha swore to replace him. "If I don't go to hell, who will?" In Buddhism, it was not just a slogan. They also had a similar Buddhist technique, which was called the mercy of the Buddha. With one strength, they supported the defense of the entire mountain gate, which was a method to infinitely transfer the power of the attack. Of course, only the great Buddha could bear such a burden, because every time he overloaded himself, the monk would die as the price. The great Buddha of the Sun God realm could be reborn. The great formation of the Great Enlightenment Zen Temple did not move at all, but the 10,000 feet tall Buddha sacrificed himself and was reborn in Nirvana. The power of the Sun God was amazing. The Daoist spells were merciless. In a battle of Tao, they would not be soft-hearted. Under the command of the 3 Pure Ones, the spells fell in waves. Amidst the thunderous Sanskrit chants of the monks, the 10,000 feet tall Buddhas were reborn again and again, creating a tragic scene. He was pretending to be bitter. This was the joint judgment of Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian. If this kind of bitterness continued, it would affect the perception of many cultivators. They would not start to sympathize with the monks, but it would give Buddhism a chance to defend itself. Once this kind of defense began, how could it be clear when to stop? Could it be that 1 or 20,000 people would accompany him like this? Until the foreign attack of Buddhism came? Chapter 1353. Wanzhang's bitterness was not unsolvable. As long as the primordial beasts and sea beasts were willing to join in, or the Taoists could rush forward, they could kill the old master with random punches. However, doing so would cause the Qing Kong sect to feel defeated psychologically, which would affect the effect of this flag sacrifice. This was the goal that Wen Zhong wanted to achieve. In a situation where he was outnumbered, this was the only way for him to gain the upper hand. Even if he had to die, he wanted to destroy the Blue Sky sect's morale in defending their homeland. Lu Xiaoyi stared at the Buddha and did not speak. Qing Xian's expression was normal as he waved his hand to signal for the attack to continue. Both of them had the same indomitable character. They would never be swayed by the bitterness of the Buddha. Wenji advised, "Why don't we stop first? This is not the way of a cultivator." This time, there was no need for Lu Xiaoyi to speak. Yang Cheng explained, "This is the battle between Taoists and Buddhists. We have the advantage of numbers. With the power in hand, we can protect the world. Buddhism relies on the profound realm of the great Buddha. What can you do to us? Either this Buddha will continue to resist like this. Otherwise, someone from our side will launch a surprise attack and succeed in killing him. This is also a way to fight. This is the best way for the Deju Zen Temple to deal with the current situation. I have to admit that the great Buddha is indeed amazing. However, this also means that the Deju Zen Temple will definitely have a share of the enemies from the Qing Kong sect. It's a pity that Yang Cheng is useless and cannot see through the monk's past and future. There is a sword in his heart, but he cannot slash it out. What can he do?" Wenji sighed inwardly. If they were not a family, they would not enter the same house. It was impossible to count on these sword cultivators to be kind. It seemed that in this batch of people chosen by heaven, there was no one who was kind. Lu Xiaoyi closed his eyes as the past and future of Wanzhang appeared in his heart. This would be his first time slaying the Sun Spirit. He could not mess it up in front of everyone. Not only would he embarrass himself, but he would also embarrass Shenyuan. Up until now, the 10,000 feet Buddha had been reborn 5 times. 3 of them were reborn from the past, and 2 of them were reborn from the vision of the future. This was also a major characteristic of the rebirth of the Yang spirit. They would not hold on to a certain base point and use it frequently. This was also a method that was often used to prevent others from seeing through their past and future. He had seen plenty of great Buddhas slain in the sword Dao Stele. Among the 5 seniors, the one who had slain the most Buddhas was not the Crow ancestor, but Chong Lu. The Crow ancestor still killed most of the Yang spirits of Taoism, which was also in line with the strength comparison between Taoism and Buddhism. It was very balanced and there was no preference. Lu Xu was different. Out of the 11 scenes, 8 of them were targeted at Buddhas. There was even one more than Crow Ancestor. What was the reason for that? He had an advantage over Crow Ancestor and Building Ancestor when it came to observing Buddha's past and future. This was because he understood merit and impermanence. These were the mainstream of Buddhism's Tao realm. His immersion in it was not inferior to that of orthodox monks. In fact, he even surpassed them in some aspect. This was because he stood in a more detached position to look at Buddhism's Tao realm, but he did not indulge in it. The so-called bystander saw more clearly was the truth. He had already seen the future of Wanzhang clearly. This was also a common phenomenon for young spirit cultivators. The future was better than the past. This was because the yang spirit realm was almost impossible to change. It was the accumulation of thousands of years of hard work. How could it be changed just like that? He could only move forward in the current direction. With a general direction, coupled with his understanding of merit and impermanence, he was confident that he could find it accurately after the second rebirth with the future as the base point. The past was much more troublesome because there were too many choices in the past. Without the guidance of the Tao realm, it could be a Buddhist disciple, a mortal, or even a Taoist. The 3 rebirths with the past as the base point allowed him to lock on to the past of Wanzhang, 2 mortal lives, 1 Taoist journey. What he needed to do now was to find the base point in these 3 past. In the mortal world, he was a devout pilgrim in the mortal world. He served Buddha devoutly all his life until his death. Although it was very ordinary and there were no twists and turns, it was very in line with Wanzhang's performance at this time. He was merciful and had no regrets. The past, present, and future had some kind of connection. In the depths of his soul, in the unseen world, it was like Lu Xiaoyi's belief. Even if he was not very willing in the present world, he could not escape the fetters of the past. In the other mortal life, he was a scholar. After passing the imperial examination and stepping into the official career, he was in a high position and looked down on all living things. In his later years, he saw through the mortal world and thoroughly understood the ugliness of the world. In the end, he left and relied on Buddhism, accompanied by a green lamp, and achieved great enlightenment. This was also very in line with Wanzhang's current state of mind. The only Taoist journey was when he reached the foundation establishment realm. He was free and unfettered in the mortal world. He slept with flowers and was not afraid of wind or rain, looking at the green mountains at the bow of the boat. In the end, he was killed in a collision with Buddhism. Wanzhang had a lot of past, most of which existed to cover up. Lu Xiaoyi could pick out these 3 parts because he was standing on the shoulders of giants, in addition to his own judgment. For others, they did not have any experience in this area. They did not understand the law of 3 lives, nor did they have the demonstration of predecessors, nor did they have the foundation of Buddhism. Therefore, the cultivators in the sky were fascinated and unable to extricate themselves. Not to mention picking out 3 parts, they could not even pick out the right part of the 30 parts. However, the last 3 parts were also a kind of test for Lu Xiaoyi. He already had no means to screen. Picking one out of the 3 parts, the possibility of failure was very high. Among these 3 parts of the past, which part had more in common with Wanzhang now? Was it ordinary? Was it sudden repentance? Or was it a resolute change of Taoism and Buddhism? Carefully recalling Wanzhang's comprehensive performance under the pressure of the Qing Kong cultivator army, analyzing why he took the place of the formation and why he had been enduring, he slowly understood some of the persistence of this Buddha's soul. Was it a deep-rooted hatred towards Taoism? No. Was it an epiphany type of killing to become Buddha? That's not it either. It was ordinary. Persistence in the ordinary. It might not be a storm, but it was continuous. It was that ordinary pilgrim. After a lifetime of burning incense, he did not enter Buddhism, nor did he save the common people. He only did what he thought he should do. After thinking it through, Lu Xiaoyi did not hesitate anymore. Suddenly, a sword river hung upside down in the sky and rolled over. Wanzhang's expression was calm. He knew that this was the core of the swordsman group attacking him. It was in accordance with the rules of the Qing Kong world of cultivation. They did not attack him with numbers, so he had to resist this sword. This was a fair exchange. There was nothing inappropriate about it. The rolling sword river gathered into a sword and slashed down on his head. At the same time, another 2 sword gleams entered the underworld. The entire space became quiet. How many cultivators had experienced the severing of 3 lives in their lifetime? They were all legends, but now, it was right in front of their eyes. The sword gleams penetrated. Wanzhang sat down cross-legged and let out a long sigh. In the sky, Tao disappeared and formed. There was also the sorrow of the Buddhist voice in the mountain gate. Chapter 1354. The Taoists were like wolves and tigers, pouncing down. The biggest massacre ever since the formation of the Qing Kong cultivation world took place. The flag sacrifice this time was so bloody that the vast ocean was devoid of light. No one above the level of bhikkhu was spared. Someone brought up the order to kill Buddha. What do you think? Qing Xian found Lu Xiaoyi. At this moment, he completely regarded this former comrade as the leader of the army, because he couldn't kill Sansheng with a single strike. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. In my opinion, it's not good to expand. The crime of betraying the Qing Kong cultivation world should be known to the world. Qing Xian nodded, he thought so too. There were many reasons, but the timing was not right. Once it was expanded, the Qing Kong cultivation world would not have peace for at least a few decades. In the context of foreign enemies, this was not a good choice. Moreover, there was no change in the trend of the coexistence of Taoism and Buddhism in the universe. As one of the starting points of the universe's chaos, it was not a good idea to do this as the cause and effect was too great. The blood sacrifice made the cultivators very excited. Under the instructions of the leaders, the cultivators of the Qing Kong cultivation world gathered and divided into groups in the sky above the Fangzhong Island. Due to the urgency of the situation, it was impossible to form an army system, but it was also impossible for each small orthodoxy to act on their own. With the agreement of many parties, it was finally decided to divide into groups. The 6 prefectures of the Qing Kong cultivation world, the sea beasts and Lu Xiaoyi's direct subordinates made up a total of 8 cultivator armies. Excluding the Jindan cultivators who came to join in the fun, there were actually 4,000 Yuanying perfected cultivators. This was almost all of the Qing Kong cultivation world. It was a little pitiful. Such a scale was only equivalent to the upper sect of Zhuxian, not even comparable to the upper sect of Tianzhu. Considering that the main body of the strongest sects in the Qing Kong cultivation world was in the 5th ring, such a scale was barely satisfactory. There was a mix of good and bad, but under the current situation, they couldn't care less. Qing Xian was very straightforward. These people, they can knock on the corners and fight battles that go smoothly, but it's hard to say how long they can last under adversity. After all, they are only slightly stronger than a mob, they are not directly under the power of a big sect like ours. Therefore, the people you brought back from Tianzhu are still the decisive force. If you win, everyone will want to show off. If you lose, everyone will leave. The only thing I can help you with is to chase these guys away. As for how much strength I can contribute, that's not within the scope of my abilities. Lu Xiaoyi patted him on the shoulder. The 2 of us, ever since we went to the Immortal of Zhu, have been grasshoppers on the same line. Neither of us can run away. He had fought for his life for hundreds of years. He couldn't let it be destroyed at the last moment, right? Of course I will do my best. I also believe that you'll do your best. But those guys, they've already used the dirty tricks of the 3 pure ones. What's there to hide? Roping in, rewarding, making a wish, deceiving, luring. Brother, I think highly of you. The gathering on the island of Fangzhong was decided. Everyone would return to the continents to settle their affairs and prepare for battle. Where are the resources hidden? Who would the position be passed to? How should he balance the number of wives? What was the difference between a legitimate son and an illegitimate son? No one dared to say that they would definitely be able to return from a cosmic war. There were too many coincidences. Fortunately, there were some who took the lead. With the lesson learned from the Deju temple, There was a little bit of self-awareness to protect the realm. The entire realm, from top to bottom, was united in life and death, sharing weal and woe. This was a false proposition. Without a plan, without using any tricks, it was impossible to make the cultivators of an entire realm contribute like you. Because when you were in Shenyuan, the three pure ones and Tai, you didn't share a single spiritual stone with others. Xiao Mountain was now bustling with activity. The remaining swordsmen brought the curious guests from Tianzhu to tour this legendary mountain. Legendary people, especially the swordsmen, they had a feeling of pilgrimage as they admired this city of sword immortals. They listened to the stories of every legend and paid attention to every legendary person. Shenyuan the Great, Wen Guang, Wei Ji, Ancestor Crow, the Three Qins, Chong Lu, Wu Shixing. Zong Sword, Yi Sword, Killing Sword, Dao Sword, Star Sword. Just some of the superficial things were enough to captivate the swordsmen. This was the power of a system. If they could learn systematically here, it would be easy for their swordsmanship to reach a higher level in the future. In fact, Lu Xiaoyi had never heard of many legendary stories, but he had to force himself to maintain the posture of an experienced person. On a lonely peak, two people stood side by side. Are you confident about the early warning of the sentries outside the universe? Lu Xiaoyi was a little worried. Because of the uncertainty of the arrival time of the enemy, they couldn't keep everyone in one place. It would take about half a day to gather people after receiving the warning. Yang Cheng was very confident. Little Yi, don't worry. In the left Ju, invaders are invaders. Most of them are loyal to Qing Kong. Although we can't help, it's not a problem to send a message. I've already made the arrangements. We'll be able to get the message half a month away, Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. I'm not worried about senior sister's work, but the sect seems to have handled the crisis of Qing Kong a little too carelessly. I came back this time to help on the sidelines, but I didn't expect to become the main force. Yang Cheng explained, the pressure of the fifth ring is great. The three pure ones and Tai have already withdrawn, leaving us with no choice. It's impossible to fight on two fronts. Other than giving up on Qing Kong, what else can we do? Lu Xiaoyi smiled, but he didn't think much of it. What do you mean by no choice? Where there's a will, there's a way, at least 10 years of preparation time. Can't a few sects work together to unify Qing Kong? Cut off the tumor that was the Great Enlightenment Temple in advance. Contact the other regions in the left Ju and promise them benefits to form an alliance. As long as the enemy wasn't the main force, they could resist for a while. Why did they have to give Qing Kong away? Or was it because of their wishful thinking? However, this wasn't something he should be thinking about, so he changed the topic. Have the enemies of the fifth ring been confirmed? Are they very powerful? Yang Cheng's expression was grim. 3 have been confirmed. The main force of the Buddhist sect. They're also the instigators of this war. The Heaven's Choice Buddhist sect is only a part of it. The Buddhist sects of the main world have been secretly moving towards the fifth ring. We've been too focused on the planets that have been plundered, and not enough on the Buddhist sects. Or rather, we've been paying attention, but we haven't taken it to heart. I heard that the higher-ups of the fifth ring also have a plan to deal with the Buddhist sects of the main world, but because the targets are too scattered, they haven't had the time to implement it. Zerg. The number is unknown. However, senior brothers estimate that there will be at least 3 extremely large insect swarms. Their existence is fatal to the fifth ring without the world macro membrane, so we have to arrange a large number of cultivators to be on standby. This is also the reason why we have to transfer Qing Kong's forces back to the fifth ring. Not only Qing Kong, but all the fifth ring forces are transferring people from the mother planet. The fifth ring has expanded a lot compared to normal. Lastly, there are immemorial sacred beasts. This is just a guess, but senior brothers say that the possibility is very high. Chapter 1355. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. If he were in charge of Shenyuan, he would also be in a dilemma. Moreover, were there really only 3 groups? He complained, I'm curious. The fifth ring cultivators have dominated the universe for tens of thousands of years, but they're all enemies. No friends. A war like this should be a clash between groups, but you insisted on fighting alone. It would be strange if you didn't suffer. Smokey was silent for a long time before he said, "Character determines fate. The fifth ring cultivators are too proud, so proud that they think they can deal with any possible problem. Attack and defense are also one aspect. The difference between being active and passive is too big. The universe is vast, and you can't pull a group of allies to your own realm to wait for an attack that you don't know when it will come. You can't wait for your father to come and wait for your son to come, right?" Lastly, the crow ancestor pushed down the first domino, which affected the interests of many people with vested interests. This is just a concentrated outbreak. This is human nature. Under change, those who have lost interests will be eager to jump out, while those who have hopes of gaining benefits will want to keep a low profile. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To lead a new era, this was the price that the fifth ring cultivators and Juzian had to pay. Smokey was also helpless. Of course we have allies, but at least we have to survive the first wave of the enemy's attack. Only then can we wait for reinforcements. Or maybe we can win this war and rise up. When the time comes, you'll see countless people bootlicker. Smokey's tone was actually filled with dissatisfaction. It was not dissatisfaction with the sect, but with the cultivation world. "Little Yi, how do you plan to fight this war?" Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. "Senior sister is my role model." Smokey was speechless. "Be serious. Many people's lives are at stake." Lu Xiaoyi spread his hands. "I'm very serious. I'll learn from you and take the initiative to attack, directly defeating them in a face-to-face battle. As long as the enemy is less than 10,000, I'll do it." Smokey was a little worried. "Little Yi, isn't it too risky? Our situation now is different from our situation back then. We have some strength now, unlike us who were purely looking for death back then." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "There are some risks you have to take. Senior Marshal Sister, you've seen it for yourself." What Qing Xian said was very clear. These people from Qing Kong could not fight a stalemate. Their enthusiasm would not last for long because the main force of Xuanyuan's three Pristints did not appear. This fact could not be hidden from them. In clear sky, unless the three pure ones of Shenyuan appeared in large numbers, these fellows would not have a true backbone. This was the disadvantage of having a few dominant families in a domain. Once the backbone was pulled out, it would immediately become a soft-footed shrimp. That's why I have to make use of the time when they haven't softened. Smokey pondered, "Is that why you don't want to use the macro membrane?" Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "What's the most important thing about macro membrane attack and defense?" It was the system. In the azure sky, only when the number of cultivators of the three pure ones reached a certain level would the system be able to work perfectly. It required coordination, meticulousness, tenacity, and selflessness. Now that the main force of the three pure ones and Tai Yi is not here at all, it's basically impossible for those disorganized cultivators to complete such a system of defense. Comparatively speaking, it's better to let them fight in the open. At least they can still wield the first three axes properly. Including us swordsmen, in fact, we can't fully display our strength in macro membrane attack and defense. Which of the heaven's chosen forces that I brought with me have experienced the wear and tear of the macro membrane? They're all experts if they were to be pulled out to fight. If they were to be pushed back and forth in the macro membrane, sooner or later they would be pushed back and forth by the organized forces of Buddhism. It was not that Smokey did not understand this logic, but pulling 200 people out to fight to the death and pulling 4,000 people out to fight to the death was not the same decision. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and looked at her gently. "That's why you see, Senior Marshal Sister, there are so many benefits. Not only can we fully display the battle prowess of the swordsman, the immemorial beasts, and the heaven's chosen people, but we can also maximize the temporary enthusiasm of Qing Kong's remaining forces to protect the world. The universe is vast, and we can also run away anytime and anywhere. In that case, why don't we pull them out to fight? I know you're worried about our numbers, but what I want to tell you is that when the numbers reach a certain level, the more important factors are actually other factors, such as momentum, determination, and not fearing death. If that's really the case, there's no difference between 4,000 and 10,000. In a war in the mortal world, this is a battle of the same level. You've already said that the main force of Buddhism is in the fifth ring, so the ones here must be the auxiliary forces. If we don't even dare to fight the auxiliary forces, how can we be of use in the fifth ring in the future? Momentum needs to be accumulated step by step. It can't be produced out of thin air. A mighty army that has been through hundreds of battles can only be confident that they will win through continuous victories. No army can be trained or bragged, it can only be built through killing. Smokey smiled sweetly. All right, I can't win against you in an argument, so I'll listen to you. But little Yi, you have to be careful of the great Buddha. Don't think that just because you killed a great Buddha on Fangjong Island, you really think that you're on par with the Sun God. At that time, without tens of thousands of cultivators attacking the formation, without the Buddha using his body to replace the formation, you wouldn't have been able to kill him. Lu Xiaoyi laughed evilly. I'm not that bold. Don't worry, the Sun God among the enemies will be dealt with by the ancient beasts and sea beasts. Their skin is rough and their flesh is thick, they can resist and control. We've already discussed it, they'll be in front, I'll practice asking 3 lives from the back. Smokey covered her mouth and laughed. Little Yi, you're still so sinister. You're already so powerful, why haven't I seen your sword heart? The courage to face it. Lu Xiaoyi was indignant. Senior sister, I've already treated the Sun God as an opponent, how can I have a sword heart? The two of them silently looked at the peaks of Mount Yi. There wouldn't be many opportunities like this in the future. When the war broke out, they were exhausted from running for their lives. This was the fifth ring. After the fifth ring, there was probably still a long way to go. Little Yi, how does it feel to be back? Lu Xiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief in satisfaction. It's great that everyone is here. Especially when I see that senior sister has gained another 2 kilograms. This is more important to me than the change of an era. Smokey smiled faintly. Come, tell me about your romantic history in Juzian. I've heard that there's a senior sister Xia and a senior sister Jia. Why are they both senior sisters? Do you have a grudge against junior sister? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Which bastard is gossiping behind my back? Isn't it all because of you, senior sister? How good is senior sister? You know how to dote on people, you have experience, you're gentle and considerate, and you don't even need to. That, Smokey narrowed her eyes. No need to take responsibility. Little Yi, where did you come to this conclusion? Chapter 1356. Everyone knew that a short period of peace was precious. If they wanted to obtain true peace, they had to exchange it with something. I heard that you have learned a new escape technique, tremor escape. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Lu Xiaoyi was very gratified. His high hopes were not in vain. The 3 of them had all grown up. They were all in the late stage of yuanying, especially Huang Xiaoya. Her cultivation speed was much faster than his. Bing Ku glared fiercely at Li Peinan. What a talkative guy. Senior brother, actually I'm not the only one who knows tremor escape. Senior brother Li knows it too. My legs are shaking, but senior brother's cheeks are shaking. Lu Xiaoyi ignored the teasing between the brothers. These people called him senior brother out of nostalgia for the past, which made them seem closer. How do you feel about the swordplay with the group of people I brought these few days? Li Peinan's face was red, but he still answered honestly, a little worse. Lu Xiaoyi did not blame them. In fact, in terms of material selection, experience, and hardship, the swordsmen he brought were really better than Bing Ku and Li Peinan. But this did not mean everything. You have to put down your pride. Don't think that just because you are from Shenyuan, you are arrogant. You are learning the traditional system, but they are learning the direct teachings of the Crow ancestor. There is no difference between the two. When there is a chance in the future, they will join Shenyuan to re-standardize the foundation. You may also go to the Heaven's Choice Sword Dao tablet to further your studies. But before that, you have to learn how to learn from each other's strengths to make up for your weaknesses. The 3 of them humbly listened to the advice. Senior brother was still the same senior brother. Even if he had left Shenyuan for such a long time, once he used his sword, he was still invincible. This made them feel that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger, so big that it made them feel hopeless. But they were all magnanimous. Why would they want to compare with their senior brother? Wasn't this making things difficult for themselves? He looked at Bing Ku and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Bing Ku, you haven't acknowledged your master yet. Bing Ku was a little shy. Li Peinan then spoke up for justice. It's not that you haven't acknowledged him, but they are all dead. Now I, your senior brother, am the only one left standing here. It's quite tiring. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I have someone in mind. You also know that there's an old Taoist who came with me. Yes, it's Wen Ji. He's well versed in astronomy and geography. He's very knowledgeable. He knows the past 500 years and the future 500 years. Why don't I introduce him to you so that you two can get to know each other? The ice guest was not picky. He now knew that he was not qualified to be picky. In the blue sky pavilion, he could only fool outsiders. All right, I'll definitely work harder and find a new master so that I can take care of him in his old age. Huang Xiaoye had been silent the entire time. Only after her two senior brothers had left did she take out a jade slip from her ring. Senior brother, when you gave me this back then, were you lying to me? Lu Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, it was very funny. However, he still had to keep up appearances. Nonsense, why would I lie to you? Look, isn't the great change coming now? This shows that my prediction is very reliable. Xiao Wei is not bad. She knows the severity of the matter. She hasn't handed in this thing yet. Come, return it to your senior brother. Let's call it quits. Huang Xiao Wei did not listen to him. Instead, she put away the jade slip again. No, I want to keep it. Because this jade slip has tied me up for 700 years. There was a hint of resentment in her tone. In fact, she was thanking her senior brother for constantly spurring her on through the jade slip, making her work even harder for the illusory danger of the sect, for the person who could help her get out of the place of exile. They had all grown up. Looking at Huang Xiao Wei flying away, he could not help but sigh. Senior brother, can you stop being so stubborn? Just say what you lack, zitching or something else. I've prepared a lot for you this time. In the end, none of you want one or two. Why, do you think that my zitching is stained with blood? Are you afraid of karma? Yang Bo stepped out from behind and said bluntly, they don't want it because they're still young. Plucking zitching itself is a process of training. I don't want it because I have my own reserves. What I lack is not this. Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. Senior brother, we've known each other for a long time. If you hadn't followed me all the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to walk back to the dome. Although I don't agree with the way you do missions, the friendship between us brothers should not be strained because of time and cultivation. Tell me, what can I help you with? Back then, in the four-man team of Wolf Ridge, eldest brother Guang Bei left early. Now, the second brother Yang Bo was at the end of his life and had not officially started to break through to the next realm. This made him and Yang Cheng very anxious. However, a problem that could be solved with resources was not a problem. What Yang Bo was facing now was other problems that others could not interfere with. Yang Bo looked straight at him. Little Yi, in the next battle, I request to be placed at the forefront of your sword soldier army. This, can you promise me? Lu Xiaoyi did not evade. I've never heard of anyone who could fight in the upper realm. That's a rumor. It's not true. I need a reason. Yang Bo was silent for a moment. In front of his most trusted friend, he revealed the truth. A few decades ago, in a battle in the void, a senior brother and I encountered a powerful enemy in the universe. Even with the two of us working together, we could not defeat him. You also know the rules of our Shenyuan. Swordsmen cannot be afraid of difficulties and dangers in the outside world. Thus, that senior brother and I both used our ultimate skills to launch a final attack. The enemy was too strong. That senior brother fought with his life, but in the end, he did not succeed. However, I retreated at the last moment. I have always hidden this stain in my heart. I am unable to forgive myself. Over time, an inner demon grew, and I was unable to extricate myself. Thus, I hope to obtain the most dangerous position, so that I can find myself in a life-or-death battle. Otherwise, my nascent soul will never succeed. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Senior brother, do you know why you have an inner demon? You've been pretending your whole life. You are just a Yuanying. Why do you have to pretend to be a sword immortal? Retreating. There have been many times when I have retreated when I was roaming the Jew immortal. I only need to find a few excuses to fool myself. Why do I have to brood over it like you? If you can't win, running away is a matter of course. Are you stupid? If all swordsmen are like you, they will become extinct sooner or later. Yang Bo did not accept this. I'm not you. I'm not that thick-skinned. I admit, I've been pretending my whole life, and I've put myself in a trap. Now that I want to break this trap, I have to prove myself through the most dangerous battle. I can't be as shameless as you and think of a few half-hearted excuses to free myself. Our paths are different, so our solutions are also different. Don't try to fool me with your bullshit excuses. Do you dare to say that you have thought of running away at the most critical moment? I need this opportunity. Chapter 1357. Lu Xiaoyi did not stay idle in terms of tactical arrangement. He couldn't control the others, nor could he control them. But at the very least, this group of people that he had brought along had to be organized and coordinated. They couldn't just randomly go up and throw a bunch of punches. Because they were the main force, the core. He looked at Long Jian and Cheung Biyu, who were the leaders of Martial Saint Training Hall and Physique Lineage. I need a never-ending attacking force, like a person's fists, attacking back and forth, not giving the opponent time to breathe. To do this, I can only rely on your attacking ability, which is also what you are best at. The key is to attack alternately, and attack continuously. This requires close coordination between the two of you, always maintaining the greatest attacking pressure. Can you do it? The two of them looked at each other, and Cheung Biyu smiled. This is our specialty. I understand General's intention, which is to not be stubborn. When one side explodes, let the other side take over. This way, we can accumulate momentum and move forward. Lu Xiaoyi was very satisfied. There was no need for heavy hammers, they were all veterans, and understood with a little guidance. He then looked at Hu Shui and Go Yuan, who were the remnants of Blood River sect and soul cultivators. I also need a force that can be pulled out at any time to block the battlefield, defend the area, and delay the enemy. Blood River sect is the most suitable for these. But you have enough defense, but not enough offense, or in other words, it takes too much time. It doesn't matter in individual battles, but in a large-scale war, it will be a drag. So, my request is to release your authority over Blood River, and let the soul cultivators cooperate with you in Blood River. This way, you will not only be defending, but also a trap that eats people without spitting out the bones. This requires unconditional trust between you, and you will live and die together. Can you do it? Hu Shui did not hesitate. The war was imminent, how could he not know what was more important? We will share the secret of Blood River with the soul cultivators. Go Yuan narrowed his eyes. The soul cultivator's spirit will be with Blood River. Lu Xiaoyi finally looked at the immemorial beasts, Lord Liu, Lord Ying. The most difficult task in the battlefield is how to deal with the opponent's great Buddha. I will be honest, I did not give it to the sea beasts, because they can't handle it. Xiong Liu opened his 9 mouths, of course they can't. Only we primordial beasts have the experience and strength to deal with the great Buddhas of the Buddhist sect. Don't worry, we'll hold them back. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Let's get a little wilder. I plan to kill a few more of them. I'll have to rely on your help. The immemorial beasts laughed in unison. They understood the swordsman's thoughts too well. Moreover, these were not empty words. The sword strike on Fangjong Island was enough to prove it. As the Azure Space Great World waited, the entire realm underwent some changes. In the direction of public opinion, Various versions of protecting the family and protecting the world were being disseminated in an organized manner. Rumors of external enemies dying but not dying were spreading like wildfire. The tradition of blue sky was being pushed to a whole new level. The restlessness continued to ferment. There were also countless reports of foreign enemies eating people. Inhumane, cruel and bloody, the people of Zhuoju were organizing to deal with the situation together. The army of the Fifth Ring Army was rushing to the rescue under the night sky. Everything, real and fake, fabricated and fabricated, was purposefully propagating and creating momentum. 3 months after Qing Kong was finally organized, news from beyond the heavens arrived. 8,000 monks had appeared near the Whisker Upper Realm. They were less than a month away from Blue Sky's position. For a moment, the sirens of the 7 continents, including the oceans, were blaring in the sky above Blue Sky. The sirens created by Qing Xian were similar to the air raid sirens in Lu Xiaoyi's previous life. The sirens were incessant, causing people to feel uneasy and restless. Other than flying out to join the group, there was no other way. As long as they could fly out of the atmosphere, they were all flying out. This was the result of the public opinion attack launched by the two of them in the short span of a few months. Defend our blue sky, fight the Hong membrane. All the cultivators felt the pressure of this public opinion, especially the middle-level and low-level cultivators. They were the group of people who were the easiest to be bewitched. They had already become fanatical from the incessant public opinion. They only hated that they could not go out into the universe. However, they could still do some things. For example, sending their own elders out. Banners, petitions, red flowers, parades. In the eyes of the fanatical young cultivators, if you had the ability but did not fly out of the Hong membrane to fight, you were not fit to be a cultivator, not fit to be a teacher, not fit to be a human. Some small sects and families had only Yuanian cultivators who had a bellyful of reason and difficulties that they had nowhere to vent. They were forcefully pushed into the void by the fanatical atmosphere below. While they were ascending, their own disciples and countless ignorant mortals were cheering, causing these great cultivators to have complicated feelings. You're rushing to send your ancestors to their coffins. Of course, most of the major cultivators were self-aware. They knew that they could not escape from this hurdle. All of this was just one of the dirty tricks that the two sinister fellows had set up in the past 3 months. They knew that it was difficult to completely change the world-view of the major cultivators, but they could change the world-view of the middle-level and low-level cultivators in the shortest time possible. It was also another kind of flattery. Together with coercion, enticement, drawing a pie in the sky, threatening, destroying the enemy, elevating oneself. They even did not hesitate to fabricate a lie that the main force of the Fifth Ring's reinforcements were on the way. They did everything to offset the fact that the main force of Xuanyuan's 3 Pristines and Tai was not in Blue Sky. It could not be helped. This was not the Fifth Ring. After 10,000 years, the native cultivators here had long been familiar with the life under the powerful protection of Xuanyuan's 3 Pristines. It was too wishful thinking to let them be filled with passion after 10 or 20,000 years. Up until now, the two sinister fellows did not reveal any intention of dragging them out to fight. This was because they knew that if such a crazy decision was made too early, many people would not be able to bear the pressure and leave. Therefore, the gathering outside the Great Membrane was now a general assembly. Once everyone was gathered, under the constraints of military rules, they would reveal their true intentions. In the void outside Blue Sky's Great Membrane, banners were fluttering. Banners were a product of war in the mortal world. Cultivators would never do such a childish thing. However, one had to admit that the fluttering banners had a strong psychological effect on the collective activities of the human race, especially when many people were still half-hearted and had a hidden fear in their heart. At this moment, the green banners were everywhere. The cultivators under the banners were like wolves and tigers, howling continuously. Just in terms of visual effects, each person held a huge green flag. If they stood a little further apart, 1,000 people would have the aura of 3,000 people. Unknowingly, it made the people who were gradually getting involved forget the actual disparity in their numbers. Qing Xian pursed his lips and looked at the fluttering banners in the void. Although the swelling momentum was very fake, it was indeed very effective on those who were not brave enough. It could make everyone think that they were creating history, changing the future, and achieving personal glory. In fact, whether it was history or the future, it had nothing to do with you. That would always belong to the very few elites. This grandson. What a jerk. He had actually forgotten that the 3 pristines under his command had done the same kind of dirty hypocrisy. Chapter 1358. More and more cultivators gathered in the blue sky continent. According to the previous arrangement, they were divided into 8 battle groups. Of course, there were differences in strength among them. It was not only about numbers, but also about their cohesiveness and cohesion. In this regard, the North Region Battle Group was the leader, followed by Nanluo, Donghai, Shiga, Haishou, Highland, and Thousand Island Region. 3 months was too short a time. To refine the orthodoxes' fighting style, they lacked the strength to intervene. This was the legacy of the Taiyi of the 3 Pure Ones. If you asked the swordsmen to integrate these Taoists, it would only make things worse. Half a day later, the Qing Sky cultivators gathered in outer space. 8 battle groups, more than 4,000 cultivators, this was all they had. For a region with a long history and glory, it was a little pitiful, because excluding the reinforcements brought by Lu Xiaoyi, the entire Qing Sky only managed to gather 2,000 people. This was the consequence of sending seeds to the 5th ring on a large scale. Most of the good seedlings were sent away. How many of them could reach the upper state? Lu Xiaoyi stood in front of the battle group as the green flag fluttered in the wind. He was a little proud. He had to make up a poem. To fool thousands of people at the same time, the pressure was great and the requirements were high. The universe is in chaos, the great Tao collapses, the epoch changes, and people's minds change. Cowardly people would see death, fear, and destruction in such a change. But fearless people see hope. So tell me, what do you see? Hope. Loud voices sounded. Of course, this was Lu Xiaoyi's private army, the people of the North Region, and Qing Xian's allies. Their voices were loud but not loud enough. However, after a few shouts, the emotions of the others were stirred. After all, who would be willing to admit that they were cowards? Even if this was a huge confusion of concepts, before you see hope, you have to go through the test of death. Lu Xiaoyi was satisfied and suppressed the voices of the cultivators. Qing Sky is being attacked because we are the source of the chaos. We are the source of the great changes, the vanguard that overthrows order, the culprit that buries the past, the culprit of blood and fire. A timid person would only see the burden, the guilt, and the punishment. However, the brave ones would only see the rewards. So tell me, what do you see? Gains. This time, there was no need to be taught. After all, every cultivator's pursuit of profit. Wealth comes from danger. If you don't understand this, you shouldn't cultivate. Go to the mortal world to leave your bloodline, and then live by the heavens. If your descendants are filial, they can still burn some paper money for you. But if you don't have any descendants, you'll just be a lonely ghost in the netherworld. But us cultivators, we shouldn't be like that. Lu Xiaoyi's voice was stern. When I fight, I never consider how many people there are. I only consider how many storage rings they have. Do you think you have enough storage rings? He raised his hand and snatched a green flag. Green light scattered as he waved it. There is no eternity in this cultivation world universe. To the universe, universe. There would be a day when an outsider would invade blue sky. Will be it. There will be a day when Qing Kong will be enslaved and destroyed. There will be universe will anu. By the universe there will be there because today, we are here. With us here, Qing Sky will never perish. Loud cheers resounded through the void universe. This time, it was from the bottom of their heart. After countless days of oppression, it had become a temporary consensus to find a way to vent. Old Daoist Wenji looked at the intoxicated cultivators beside him. He seemed to be able to hear the wild power flowing in their veins. He sighed in admiration. This ability to fool people was indeed worthy of being the Lord of Faith. If he was willing to spread faith with all his strength, would the Tao of Faith not be carried forward? Lu Xiaoyi pointed ahead. Monk group. Useless chickens and pottery dogs. What we have to do today is to let them know why Taoism is the boss and Buddhism can only be second in the millions of years of the cultivation world in the universe. When the boss beats the second, do you need to hide in the macro-membrane? Do you need to rely on the power of heaven and earth to take advantage of this meaningless advantage? Do you need to passively defend and wait for the opponent to raise his fist and then consider where to dodge? When a wild dog barks, will you close the door and hide behind the door to swing a stick? No need. You only need to rush over and kick it. Now, follow me. Find them and give them a kick. Lu Xiaoyi unfolded the green flag in his hand and took the lead. Behind him, the swordsman, the immemorial beast, the private army and the North region followed in succession. Under the encouragement of Qing Xian and the other 3 pure ones, the 8 battle groups moved in succession. Once the army moved, it would not be up to you even if you wanted to leave. It was also to protect the realm and the cultivator's Tao heart. Of course, it was also to coerce. Little Miao followed closely behind Lu Xiaoyi. She was a little scared, but more than that, she was excited. Because of the big scene of the war, because of Senior Brother's challenge. Senior Brother, I never thought that I would participate in such a meaningful scene. It's too spectacular, too surging, too. Senior Brother, why do I feel that there are still a few people who are a little reluctant? Shouldn't it be the responsibility of every blue sky person to protect their home? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. You don't understand the war between human cultivators. Actually, most of them, even if their realm is invaded, can still continue to live their good lives. There's not much difference, it's just a change of leader. No matter who it is, as long as it's a human, they need these basic forces. Life has to go on. To them, the glory of blue sky is too far away from them, it doesn't have much practical significance. Glory belongs to Shen Yuan, the 3 pure ones and Tai Yi, it doesn't belong to them at the bottom. This is the reason why I'm wasting my breath. In the 5th ring, I don't need to say these things at all. Little Miao was a little confused. She seemed to understand but not fully. This is a battle of orthodoxy, not a battle of races. Is it like this? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Little Miao was very smart. Yes, that's roughly what it means. So as a side battlefield, under the situation where the forces invested are limited, other races, such as Zerg and the like, can't come. That will incite the entire left Jew to resist. The ones who come must be humans. Buddhism. Little Miao nodded. So it's like this. Lu Xiaoyi looked at it. When I say those words again, when you're no longer agitated and want to fight with your life on the line, then you'll be considered to have completely grown up. Now you tell me, why are you following behind me? Once the battle starts, my little life is hanging on my waist, I don't have the time to take care of you. Little Miao was unmoved. Senior Brother, if there's a day when I'm really not agitated anymore, then will you still bring me around the universe? Ian, I'll be with my senior sisters, it won't hinder you from killing people. Chapter 1359. The 2 armies were moving towards each other. Just like how the monk army was being watched by the blue sky people, the blue sky army was also being watched by the monks. Both sides were too big, so big that they couldn't hide their tracks at all. 4,300 people, less than 500 perfected monarchs. I'm curious, where did they find so many perfected monarchs? Great Buddha Yuan Ming was a little suspicious. They had control over the situation of the entire Zhuoju galaxy. In the blue sky, they had the Deju Zen Temple as their eyes, as well as the various strategic routes in the Zhuoju. It was very difficult for a large group of cultivators to pass through without being noticed by them. Of course, the teleportation of prenatal spiritual treasures was an exception. We can't monitor the blue sky completely. We were worried that it would arouse unnecessary suspicion. My guess is that these people should be excavating the potential of the Zhuoju. The blue sky has more than 2,000 Yuanying cultivators. If they were to gather from other regions, it wouldn't be surprising for them to gather 2,000 people. Great Buddha Deshan stated his guess. The leader, Fa Nan, asked, the blue sky people want to attack. What do you think? Deshan didn't hesitate. If the Shenyuan swordsman is the main force, of course we shouldn't attack. This is common knowledge in the universe's self-cultivation world. But if it's a motley crew, we should still be afraid of attacking. Then what's the point of this trip? 8,000 monks being chased all over the void by 4,000 wanderlust swordsmen, is that very honorable? The self-cultivation world's war is the forerunner. If we choose to retreat in the first battle, how are we going to fight in the following battles? The enemy's momentum is rising. Even if we retreat to the Grand Membrane, who knows how much we'll have to pay? I think we should just attack. There's no need to hesitate. However, Yuan Ming had a different opinion. Great Master Deshan is right. But before that, why don't we consider the reason why they rushed out of the universe? 4,000 people is a lot. If they just hide and defend, not only will we need a lot of time to attack, we'll also have to pay a lot of casualties. Then, why did they choose the difficult over the easy? What's the secret behind this? Their opinions were somewhat different. Some wanted to fight head-on, while others wanted to see what Qing Kong Ren was up to. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, they set their sights on a skinny and shriveled great Buddha. His name was Huizhi, which meant that his wisdom stopped at me. He was the brains of the army, and everyone admired his profound insight. Huizhi chanted the name of Buddha. Why can Qing Kong gather 4,000 people? We don't have enough information, so we can't make a judgment. This is blindness, not something that can be replaced by mental judgment. But I can probably guess why they pulled them out to fight against us. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled and said, you Buddhas only considered the numbers, but not the will to fight. In a large-scale war, the latter was sometimes more important. Just as Grandmaster Wn Zhong had reported last year, at that time, there were no signs of an organization in Azure Sky. Now, for some unknown reason, a small group of people had joined and changed everything. It had to be said that this small group of people was very capable. They could solve the problem of quantity, but they couldn't solve the problem of the people's hearts in a short period of time. Therefore, guarding the great membrane of heaven and earth was more difficult for them. If they were to fight, at least they could rely on their will to attack. This was the reason why they had to rush out. It was not voluntary, but they had no choice. With Huizhi's words, the few great Buddhas nodded repeatedly. It was a very in-depth view, and one sentence woke them up. Fa Nan immediately made the decision, pass down the order immediately. 8,000 monks, form 16 great Arhat formations. We will face the enemy head-on, so that we can teach these stubborn people what Buddha's might is. When both sides didn't want to hide, the collision was unavoidable. Qing Xian came to Lu Xiaoyi's side. General, our current attack formation won't work. The current formation that Qing Xian mentioned was actually not a formation at all. It was to put the most powerful at the front, and the rest followed behind. This was the most standard attack formation, but with the difference in quantity, they would fall into a strange circle. The elites would be surrounded by layers, and the weaklings would be isolated outside. Without the guidance of the core, it was unrealistic to expect them to do their best. It meant that they needed to make full use of the strength of these weaklings. Let the weaklings be surrounded by layers, while the elites waited outside for an opportunity to attack the enemy's strength. Lu Xiaoyi had been waiting for him to say this for a long time. However, these words couldn't be said by him, but by Qing Xian, the deputy commander, because the weaklings were basically supported by the cultivators of the Three Pure Ones system. We can tolerate them taking a defensive position in the collision. Tell them that they only need to delay, there's no need to take the risk to rush in and kill. It was not that Lu Xiaoyi was kind, but even if they were there to attract the firepower, they still needed to hold on for a longer time, right? Qing Xian's heart was as hard as iron. Most of these people were indeed allies of the Three Pure Ones, but after all, they were not the Three Pure Ones. In war, there were always sacrifices, and everyone had to play their own value, whether it was the value of a hero or cannon fodder. Later on, I will change the arrangement of the formation as we move forward, so that each of the regional legions will have the opportunity to take the lead, and let them gradually adapt to this chain. When they really come into contact, they won't be the first to explode. I will command them to hold on as long as possible. However, you must act quickly, because I can't guarantee how long I can hold on. Lu Xiaoyi put away his cynicism and said solemnly, "Don't worry, in our Azure Sky Legion, there's no such thing as purposely weakening anyone. There's no need for that at all. Also, my suggestion is that you all gather together as much as possible. Based on the principle of space, you need 8 people to surround one. The tighter you are, the longer you can hold on, and the more chances we have on the outside." In the following march, under Qing Xian's command, the Azure Sky Legion changed directions a few times, and each of the regional legions would take the lead for a period of time. In the beginning, they felt uncomfortable and afraid, and wondered why they had become the vanguard. However, in the process of meeting the attack, the regional legions gradually adapted to this change, and subconsciously took it as normal, thinking that when the two armies collided, the strongest legion would be at the front. Who knew that all of this was already under the control of the two treacherous commanders? Before the collision, the order had already been set. The first formation would be led by the relatively cohesive Nanluo Legion, and next to them would be the Big Fish Belly Thousand Island region and Chuanshan Highlands. This was the first echelon. The second echelon would be led by the Sea Beasts, and the East Sea and West Sand would be the second echelon. Their purpose was to penetrate deep into the monk army, and attract the monks to surround them, so that the elites on the outside could make a move. In a large-scale war between cultivators, they would definitely stick together, and pay attention to formations. Once they were alone, they would definitely die under the concentrated fire of the enemy. No matter what, it would not be a 4,000 versus 2 battle. Chapter 1360. As the two sides intentionally searched for each other, the distance between them became shorter and shorter. The closer the monks got, the more confident they became, because they realized that the other side was hesitating in their direction. Of course, they didn't know that the two commanders of the Azure Sky Army were tricking their subordinates. They thought that the Azure Sky Army's confidence had changed due to fear. They wanted to charge forward, but they were also afraid. It would be best if everyone retreated. Just like in the mortal world, there were people who rolled up their sleeves, took off their clothes, and took off their hats. They didn't really want to fight, but were just bluffing. Because of this discovery, the 16 Ahut formations didn't seem so tight. Because they wanted to end the battle in one go, they wanted to surround the other side in a larger area. They didn't want to fight a second battle and solve the problem in one go. If the opponent was the Shenyuan swordsman army, they definitely wouldn't do this. They would arrange their formations even tighter, not giving the opponent a chance to break through. But now, how many swordsmen were there in the 4,000-strong Azure Sky Army? The information from tens of thousands of years ago was very clear on this point. There were 76 of them. And they were basically old guys who were nearing the end of their lifespans. It was hard to say how much fighting power they had left. What was there to worry about? About the reinforcements from the fifth ring? How could that be possible? At this point, the fifth ring probably knew what they were going to face, right? Buddhism, the immemorial sacred beast, Zerg, and the winged man. No matter which one it was, the fifth ring would have a hard time. They might not even be able to protect themselves, so how could they send reinforcements? Dream on. The ones who could really send reinforcements were them. After destroying the Azure Sky Army, a portion of the Buddhism's strongest forces would rush to the fifth ring and completely eliminate this world scum that had plagued the universe for almost 20,000 years. A great war was about to break out. The world scum in the eyes of the Buddhists were indeed in a difficult position. The appearance of the winged man as a new force was indeed unexpected. Not to mention that they didn't know that the Azure Sky Army was in danger. Even if they knew, they could only continue with their original plan and give up. The two forces in the left due starfield were searching for each other before they collided. And in the space outside the fifth ring, the same cultivators gathered and the army was ready to set off. The only difference was that they didn't need to mobilize because they had been fighting for almost 20,000 years. It didn't matter. Compared to any other force in the universe, they had a prominent advantage that was often overlooked. That was, they were a professional army. To compare the strength of a force, people could cite many indicators, such as numbers, realms, orthodoxies, cooperation, and so on. However, there was an invisible indicator that was the most important, and that was the occupation. What were the occupations of the armies of the other forces? Those who concocted pills, those who made weapons, those who drew talismans, those who were carefree, those who were merciful, those who were free and unfettered, those who indulged themselves in the world. Fighting was only a way to ensure that they maintained their hobby, but the people of the fifth ring were different. They only had one hobby and one profession, fighting. After tens of thousands of years of fighting, they had long known what to do and what to prepare. They did not need to be taught, nor did they need to be encouraged. When the order was given, countless figures rose from the 5 rings of the continent. Those who remained were not excited. They just quietly polished themselves, hoping that one day they could join the ranks of their ancestors. Dozens of Sun Spirit Supremes gathered together. They were all leaders of the orthodoxies of the 5 rings, so it was not a problem for them to organize their teams. They had cooperated countless times in the past 10,000 years. This time, it was just a larger scale, that was all. Daoist Chang Jin waved his hand. 4 forces attacking from different directions. Damn, their timing is quite accurate, so we have to deal with them at the same time. Just this arrangement alone is enough to show that the bald donkeys have put in a lot of effort. Everyone laughed. In fact, not long after the 4 forces appeared, the fifth ring had discovered their traces one after another. In fact, they could have started attacking 2 years ago. However, this time, the 4 forces were extremely accurate in their timing, making it difficult for the fifth ring to make the first move. With the domain of the fifth ring here, if they sent forces to attack too early, it would be easy to cause them to lose control of the overall situation. Once the attack was not smooth and they were more than a year away, should they continue attacking? Or should they withdraw their forces and find another way? If the entire battlefield was too scattered, it was not suitable for professional armies like them to cooperate. In terms of overall strength, the invaders were definitely much stronger. Their advantage lay in the coordination between their professions. If the battlefield was pulled too far apart because of the distance, they would lose their biggest advantage. Therefore, after some discussion, everyone agreed that it would be more appropriate to place the invaders within the range of 2 to 3 months away from the fifth ring. It was also because of this judgment that the fifth ring people, who had always been proactive, did not take the initiative to attack any of the enemy forces, not even the swordsmen of Vanguard. They were afraid that if you attacked and the enemy ran away, would you chase or not? Now that the enemy was within 4 months of the fifth ring, it was time for them to make their move. They could not be too close to the fifth ring, it was too easy to be caught in the crossfire. Qing Yangzi, the head of the 3 purities, reminded them in the end, "We have divided the forces of the fifth ring into 5 parts. This is not a good war strategy, but in the current situation, we cannot turn a blind eye to any of the forces. However, although dividing forces is unavoidable, we can make it more important. The order of which side to destroy first must be clear. In principle, of course, the best plan is to destroy the main forces of the Buddhists, but everyone knows very well that the Buddhists are actually the most difficult to destroy. Not only are they strong, more importantly, they are the most cunning. As for the immemorial beasts, we do not know how strong their fighting spirit is right now. In other words, there is still a possibility of winning them over. After all, we have lived in peace for millions of years. Maybe, this is just the immemorial beasts venting their emotions. There is no need to waste our most important forces on them before everything is clear. Let's focus on restraining them. The winged men, we do not understand them. In theory, they are similar to the immemorial beasts, but they are more manic and harder to grasp. They are more mercenary. We may not be able to offer better conditions than the Buddhists. At the very least, We will not be able to get them out of the wingspan dimension. Therefore, they will be a very difficult opponent to deal with. The possibility of reaching some kind of understanding in the end is not high. Zerg, there is no need to talk about this. They are the mortal enemies of mankind. There is no room for reconciliation. If they succeed, it will cause a huge impact on the Fifth Ring's mortal world. Looking at everyone, he said, therefore, the Fifth Ring Alliance's countermeasure is to concentrate our superior forces and attack Zerg first. Then, we will use our respective restraining forces to entangle the other three forces and buy time for Zerg to be eliminated. After the first phase of the strategic goal is completed, we will decide whether to attack the Buddhists or the Winged Ones. Chapter 1361. Taoist Chang Jin continued, based on such a basic strategy, we will divide the attacking forces to achieve the goal as follows. The Sword Vein, with Shenyuan, Weijian Mountain, and Firmament Sword Sect as the main force, will be responsible for destroying Zerg. Tai Heavenly Sect will be the leader of the Five Rings, and all the other Taoist sects will work together with the Lightning Kisses. There is only one request, and that is to end it as soon as possible. If you drag it on for too long, others will suffer. The ones who had the most experience in dealing with the Zergs and had the most glorious battle records were, of course, sword cultivators. This tradition had started with Li Wuya. In terms of Dao orthodoxies, the Lightning Dao and Physique Meridian were also very effective against the Zergs. However, these two orthodoxies did not have much of an advantage against the Winged Ones and Buddhists. This was because the Winged Ones were not afraid of lightning and the monks had many tricks up their sleeves. Simply put, the strategy of the Five Rings was to use the Sword Vein, the Lightning Vein, and the Physique Vein, the three main offensive orthodoxies to kill Zerg. This was a huge effort, but it could not be helped. Dharma cultivators took too long to kill Zerg, so they were not as violent as the Sword Vein orthodoxies. Guan Du nodded, indicating that he accepted. He was not a talkative person, and because of this, he appeared to be weak and did not have the demeanor of one of the three rings. This was his character, but there were other reasons as well. If this was 10,000 years ago, once Li Wuya opened his mouth, which Zerg would dare to make a sound? Times have changed, and he could only sigh. The three pure ones. Lead the main force of the Five Rings and be responsible for restraining the Buddhist. Fellow Daoist Qing Yangzi, I won't say too much about this responsibility. The Buddhist sect's strength is above yours. As for how to hold them back, only the three pure ones can do it. I've already given you everything I can. If the three pure ones were to drag you down, all other paths would be useless. Qing Yangzi raised his eyebrows. The three pure ones can handle it, but you, Chang Jin, should take care of yourself. Don't be the first one to restrain yourself. Chang Jin smiled. The danger of the Five Rings is everyone's responsibility. As for the Winged Man, I, Supreme, will face them alone. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can switch with me. I have no objections. Everyone smiled but did not answer. The three great leaders of the Five Rings were all capable individuals. Needless to say, Shenyuan was the main attacker, but it was difficult for him to achieve a quick victory. If swordsmen said that he couldn't do it, then no orthodoxy would dare to say that they could. The three pure ones were under the greatest pressure because their opponents were the Buddhists, who were also humans. The great Buddhist sects in the nearby 100 universes had gathered, and many of them were not inferior to the three pure ones. How could they be so easily entangled? He had to pay with his life. The winged people might not be as intelligent as humans, but the difference was limited. However, in terms of individual strength, they were still above the insect swarm. The key was that they had enough numbers. If a supreme being were to fight alone, the possible losses would be enough to make one's heart tremble. Finally, Chang Jin set his eyes on a very special Kuan Xiaoyang spirit. Fellow Daoist Tong Yang, I don't have any subordinates for you to send. Just like me, Sangharama Oracle can only face the enemy alone. Close to 400 holy beasts of the archaic era. If the negotiations fail, Sangharan will be exterminated. You, Jiolan, will come out unscathed. Do you have the guts? The baby-faced woman smiled. Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. In times of danger, Sangharan is not afraid to face death. You want to exterminate my Sangharan? At least half of the holy beasts will be lying down. The reason why he chose Sangharan was not only because it was the third largest Daoist power in the 5 rings after the 3 pure ones. At this level, there was no other power in the 5 rings that could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. They were proficient in mystery and had some strange abilities. Historically, they were also very close to the holy beasts of the 5 rings. Moreover, this sect's way of doing things was like hiding a needle in silk floss. They were very particular about methods and methods. With them taking action, there was a possibility of a peaceful solution. The universe was in chaos, but it was not to make everyone their enemy. If they could fight for it, they had to fight for it. Sending Sangharan to deal with the holy beasts of the immemorial era was to save their forces and to fight for peace. However, they had to bear the risks themselves. As Tongyang said, if the negotiations failed, the upper echelons of Sangharan would be wiped out. Chang Jin roared, the last team is called the reserve team, but you and I both know that they are all cultivators from our hometown. Although there are enough of them, they won't be able to fight in a real battle. The significance of their existence is, firstly, to guard against the attacks of the winged men, and secondly, to ensure that all of us can be mobilized without any distraction. Therefore, don't expect to be rescued. There are no gains or losses for the 4 sides. The failure of each team will affect the final situation. I hope that everyone will work together and come back victorious. When we return, I will hold a feast here to entertain everyone. At the beginning of the journey, they moved forward in silence. Different from the countless fluttering banners in other places, there were no big banners here. Instead, there were tens of thousands of cultivators, each with firm step. Their big banners were in their hearts. Water couldn't water through them, and wind couldn't blow them away. Indeed, the wind of the great wind plays a war song, and dragons and snakes appear from the clouds. We are not from Penglai, slaying gods and Buddhas with a long tassel in hand. The 5 rings were attacking, and Juzian was retreating. Retreating was a tactic and also a character. Of course, it was also a specific situation. In their opinion, even if the 5 rings encountered the heaven's choice, they would definitely retreat. Using the word overwhelming to describe the number of heaven's choice cultivators was a bit inappropriate. An army of over 100,000 cultivators surrounded Juzian in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. In fact, it was meaningless because the people of Juzian did not come out at all. What were they doing? They were eating and drinking as they should. Even in the main hall of the Qingwei immortal sect, a group of powerful young gods was gathered to drink and watch the dance. At the same time, the scene was transmitted to the outside of the chessboard of heaven and earth as a form of respect. The people of Juzian were relatively soft in dealing with external affairs, but they were not so soft that they would bow and scrape. In the face of a powerful enemy, the arrogance of the people of Juzian was aroused. Don't you have a lot of people? Okay, let's play a game of chess. The young gods on the screen were still immersed in singing and dancing, but their actual conversation was far from that. They did not dare to slack off in the slightest on their own defense, and they wanted to be perfect. We have strengthened the chessboard of heaven and earth to its final mode. It is connected to the 3,000 continents and the core of the earth. As long as we are willing, we can open the chessboard mode at any time. Each continent will be listed as a separate game. Let's play 3,000 games slowly. We have to be careful of the Heaven's Choices tactics. They have a much richer foundation in this aspect than we do. They can always see their ancestors. In my opinion, we should use our jigsaw and Dao Ming together and make the final decision in a crucial game. Should we organize an external attack? We don't really want to achieve any results, but we must make them feel pressured and have no choice but to be vigilant at all times outside the huge chi layer of Juzian. They can be on guard for a year or 2, but I don't believe that they can be vigilant for decades or centuries. Even if we don't kill them, we will exhaust them to death. We have to be on guard internally. Over the years, we have only heard that the people of Juzian have gone to the Heaven's Choice, But we have never heard of the Heaven's Choice coming to our Juzian. How is that possible? They must be plotting something if they are so low-key. We can't let our guard down at some important key point. We should set up a long-range energy beam tower. At the very least, we should gather all the energy devices on the floating rafts and release them out of the blue. If we can catch a few of them, we can count ourselves lucky. If we can't, we can make them nervous at all times. And so on. The people of Juzian looked cool, but they were actually very bad. Chapter 1362. On the left side of the galaxy, the two forces, one attacking and one defending, finally met. This time, it was time for real. Under Qing Xian's perfect control, the 600 cultivators of Nanluo Ning State were at the front. They were sandwiched by the Thousand Island region and the Highland Army, and behind them were the sea beasts. They had no other choice but to keep moving forward. Qing Xian had put in a lot of effort for this. To be honest, if Qing Xian wasn't here, he couldn't do it himself. Even if he could still lead this group of people, it must be his private army at the front. Otherwise, they couldn't lead the others. Qing Xian was different. He came from the Three Pure Ones and had a lot of support from the Three Pure Ones. These people had a lot of influence in the Qing Kong Taoist school, otherwise, they couldn't have done this. Lu Xiaoyi also knew that this guy was trying to tell him that even though he had brought reinforcements, it did not represent all the factors that led to victory. There were many factors other than strength that affected the progress of the war. It was a kind of healthy competition. Hopefully, the two of them could keep this balance. The ice guest was still trembling. Even if it was not a charge of 200 people, but 4,000 people, it seemed that if he didn't tremble, he couldn't vent the tension in his heart. When he trembled, Li Peinan next to him also trembled. Now there was one more person. Little Miao was also trembling. Damn you, are you going to create your own branch of vibrating sword? Li Peinan felt that he had lost face. He swore that after this battle, he must leave this guy. If this guy was in Qing Kong, he would go to Wu Huan, and vice versa. The ice guest also felt wronged. He didn't want to tremble, but he couldn't control himself. Before, he was trembling because of fear, but now he was trembling because of excitement. He was always like this when he was in a big situation. Senior brother is right. I will go back and do more research in this area. Maybe I can make a name for myself in the cultivation world. In ancient times, there was the wine sword immortal, and now there is the vibrating sword immortal. But little Miao, your teeth are shaking like this, will you break your gums? The ultimate battle form of demonic beasts was always their original form. Therefore, little Miao was now a cute palace's cat. Yang Chen gave the two of them a strict order to protect it. Senior brothers, I'm not TikTok, I'm TikTok. Little Miao was smart. It put its tail in its mouth. Although its tail hurt a little, it didn't make any noise. Li Peinan instructed, Little Miao, follow me closely. Don't follow that sword immortal, it will kill you. Although the Northern Region army only had about 400 men, there were 70 to 80 Shenyuan swordsmen among them. Although they were all old men, they were very experienced. Needless to say, they were very powerful in battle. The rest were also the tyrants of the North region. In terms of spirit, they were the most willing to fight among the 7 continents of the Blue Sky continent. They were also a force to be reckoned with. In terms of strength, they were ranked behind the ancient vicious beasts and the sword soldiers. They were about the same as Blood River, Marshal St. Palace, Soul Cultivators, and Body Meridians. With Smoky and Yang Dai leading the way, they would not be able to escape from a fierce battle. Everyone has fear. Especially in such a situation for the first time, if one wanted to appear fearless, it would be nonsense. A true warrior could only grow in battle. When two armies faced each other, tens of thousands of people gathered together. That was a completely different matter from an individual battle. In this sense, the real veterans were actually the old swordsmen on Zhonglao Peak. Their perception of the enemy, from the aura and divine sense, to now vaguely visible to the naked eye. At this moment, there was no room for retreat. Even the most cowardly person knew that it was more dangerous to retreat now than to charge forward. Treasures, forbidden arts, talismans. Fortify the body. Gather. Avoid collision. Qing Xian hid in the Nanluo army and gave the last order in the last few breaths. He still needed to pretend to be the commander and create the conditions for Lu Xiaoyi to kill. He had to admit that he was a very competent assistant. He was indispensable. The two armies of Taoists and Buddhists who were in the middle of a collision each emitted a brilliant Daoist and Buddhist radiance and blasted towards each other. At the same time, the Buddhists in the sky above the Buddhists' formation began to support, while the Taoists' formation was protected by the gods in the sky. From afar, it looked like a group of glittering Buddhists were charging towards another group of three pristine Taoists who were surrounded by dense purple clouds. Attack and defense reached the critical point of saturation in the few breaths before the collision. Those who were brave would focus more on attacking, while those who were timid would focus on defense first. Everyone had their own focus. But no matter how they focused on it, it was still unusual for a group of cultivators to be able to create the appearance of a battle between gods and Buddhists. Some of the cultivators in the first row were unable to withstand the concentrated fire of the other party and collapsed. Then, the second row, the third row. Thus, a new type of celestial phenomenon appeared in the sky of gods and Buddhas, the Tao dissipating celestial phenomenon. Of course, the battle between cultivators was different from the battle in the mortal world. But the battle between cultivators was similar to the battle in the mortal world. The principle was that those who stood at the front were always the unluckiest. At first contact, the difference in strength between the Taoists and Buddhists' formation was very obvious. Although overall, only a few people were killed, almost all of them came from the blue sky formation. It was not that the Taoist strength was much weaker than the monks, but it was a matter of mentality. When the first echelon of the blue sky formation rushed in, almost all of them focused on their own defense, while the monks' formation was standard for both attack and defense. But due to the difference in organization and coordination, the blue sky formation was obviously at a disadvantage. But fortunately, in terms of losses, it was still within an acceptable range. A few Grand Buddhists immediately discovered the true strength of the blue sky formation, which made them put down the last trace of worry. If it was at this level, this battle in the void was basically settled. But there was still one last variable. In the blue sky formation, the 300 primordial beasts were particularly eye-catching. Under the leadership of more than 20 young spirit beasts, they almost rushed a 500-man Arhat formation into a mess, causing a lot of damage. Buddha Yuan Ming said in shock, "Primordial fierce beasts? Why are they here? Is this their formation?" Huizhi shouted from the side, "Don't make a fuss. Even the holy beasts have formed a formation, how can the fierce beasts not? We can't let them go on like this, especially those young spirit beasts among them." Fa Nan reacted quickly. "Let's meet them. We can't let them get involved in the formation battle. Dafa, Ting Chan, the formation battle will be commanded by the two of you." If the cultivators below the half-immortal level were divided into two layers, one was the young spirit supreme who could be reborn, and the other was the other cultivators who could not be reborn. On the battlefield, it would basically be divided into two battlefields. The young spirits would establish their own battlefield, and the other cultivators would fight in a chaotic mess. This was not the mortal world's sense of soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, but the cultivators' evaluation of their own abilities. If the young spirits mixed in with the ordinary cultivators, of course, they would cause a large number of casualties in an instant, but because they were trapped in the formation and were frequently reborn, the enemy's young spirit could see through the truth of the three lives. Therefore, whether it was from the perspective of the battlefield as a whole, or from an individual's cultivation to the young spirit step, it was not easy. The young spirits of both sides would choose to fight alone instead of being mixed together. Chapter 1363. With Fa Nan as the leader, the 5 great Buddhas stepped out of the battle formation and issued a challenge. In response, the 23 young spirit primordial beasts did not hesitate to accept the challenge. This was the first variable on the battlefield. It seemed to be advantageous for the Azure Sky Army, But in fact, in the eyes of the great Buddhas, it was not that scary. Because the boots had fallen to the ground. The Azure Sky Army relied on these primordial beasts that appeared out of nowhere. Humans had plenty of ways to deal with them. In terms of strength, there was a difference between human yang spirits and beast yang spirits. The difference was comprehensive, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of cooperation. A great Buddha might only be able to deal with 2 primordial beasts at the same time, but 2 great Buddhas working together could deal with at least 5 or 6 primordial beasts. Now that 5 great Buddhas were working together, their cooperation was not something the primordial beasts could compare to. Although they were at an absolute disadvantage against 23 primordial beasts, there was no problem in holding on. This was because humans had the protection of the 3 lives, and it was extremely difficult for the primordial beasts to see the 3 lives of humans. Since they could not die, what was there to be afraid of? In addition, they had the upper hand in the formation battle below. 8,000 against 4,000, and the 4,000 were a motley crew without any coordination. Victory was only a matter of time. When the time came, if these 20 or so immemorial beasts ran a little slower, they might be left here forever. Under such a judgment, once the 2 sides were entangled, it would be difficult to tell who would win. No one could easily escape. The great Buddhas would not let these primordial beasts go down to kill the disciples, and the primordial beasts had other plans. Both sides had different thoughts, but they had reached an agreement on biting each other to death. Because of this, the bite was especially fierce. Because the primordial beasts had lost all their yang spirit beast cores, their strength immediately became mediocre. They could no longer shake the Arhat formation. This was within the great Buddha's expectations, but what they did not expect was that the real attack force of the Azure Sky Army was not the primordial beast. The first echelon formed by the 3 armies of Nanluo, Thousand Islands region, and Gaoyuan were deeply surrounded, facing the encirclement of 6 Arhat formations. This was the main target of the Buddhist sect. Casualties appeared at any time, and no one knew where the limit of their perseverance was. They might be able to hold on with their will, but they might collapse at this moment. The second echelon formed by the sea beasts, Seago, and Eastern Sea legions were also unable to move. They were also surrounded by the 5 Arhat formations and were struggling bitterly. The Northern Region army was roaming around the perimeter, but because they had the Shenyuan swordsmen in their formation, they attracted the attention of 2 Arhat formation. There was also the Arhat formation that had been destroyed by the ancient beast. In fact, there were only 2 Arhat formations left that were holding back Lu Xiaoyi's private army. From the monk's point of view, these blue sky men floating in the outermost region were likely helpers from the left Ju star system. They were here to do their work but not put in any effort. The opportunity was here. Lu Xiaoyi decisively ordered the Blood River sect and soul cultivators to help reduce the pressure on the Nanluo Legion. He was really worried that these guys would collapse at any moment. The Body Vein Army and Martial Sage Army would counterattack one of the Arhat Grand Formation, while his Sword Soldiers Army would deal with the last one. If they killed quickly, they would be able to give the surrounded companions the greatest psychological support. Long Jian and Cheong Bu could not hold back anymore. They were both muscle-bound types. Under their full strength and fearless attacks, the Arhat Grand Formation that had been chasing after them was somewhat stunned. Was this the final radiance of the setting sun? A life and death struggle? Or was it a trap? The situation was too chaotic for them to understand at the moment. The real change was in the Sword Soldiers Army. They thought that they would be stunning on the stage of the universe, but they did not expect the Sword Master to suppress their intention to be the vanguard. To Lu Xiaoyi, winning was the most important thing. As for the Sword Soldiers Army's iron-blooded charge, would there be any less in the future? Hunting. This was the tactic Lu Xiaoyi had decided for them. While killing the opponents to the maximum, they would also protect themselves to the greatest extent. The road ahead was still very long. A team of 300 people was not enough. The key was that there was no way to make up for it. Suddenly, a dazzling river of swords appeared in the void. It was the accumulation of hundreds of millions of sword lights. The light was so bright that it made all Daoist and Buddhist techniques pale in comparison. Then, It suddenly fell. The essence of the River of Swords was their perfect coordination. 300 swordsmen gathered together on a line. At the same time, at the same place. This was the result of hundreds of years of hard work, just to show their brilliance in the universe. A tight Arhat Grand formation was directly split in half. Dozens of bodhisattvas and Buddhas in its position were chopped into ashes. But all this suffering was just the beginning. Fa Nan and Hui Ji immediately noticed the changes in the battlefield below. The change that they were most worried about had happened. A swordsman army had appeared in the Azure Sky Army, and it was a pure elite swordsman army. They finally understood why the Azure Sky Army dared to attack. It was not because of the immemorial beasts, but because of the swordsman army. It was not the old, weak, or disabled, but the swordsman army of the past. They wanted to make a move, but the ferocious immemorial beasts' attacks were getting crazier. 5 great Buddhas against 23 immemorial beasts were already stretched thin. One less person would cause a fatal flaw in the coordination of the 5, let alone 1 or 2 great Buddhas to support them. The only way was to transfer the Arhat Grand formation that was besieging the Azure Sky Army's first and second echelons to support them. They hoped that they could use the advantage of numbers to hold back the swordsman army, so that they could be completely defeated in the other battlefield. The battle instantly entered a white-hot state. Every battlefield was aware of the danger and hope. The monk army saw the danger, and the Azure Sky Army saw the hope of turning the situation around. Under Qing Xian's timely encouragement, the 2 weak echelons began to stabilize. They walked around the edge of collapse, and miraculously persevered. The monk army's mobilization could not compare to the speed of the swordsman army's slaughter. Continuous sword river critical strikes, coupled with the close combat of over 100 melee experts, the attacks were quickly switched between sword river critical strikes and melee critical strike. After 10 breaths, the Arhat Grand formation that was facing the Azure Sky Army collapsed after losing more than 70% of its members. It could not hold on any longer, or the entire formation would be destroyed. The gigantic demon sword formation dragged and pulled, and quickly broke away, and found one of the 2 Arhat Grand formations that were fighting against the Northern Field Army. Yang Chen's mind was clear, and he decisively cooperated with the swordsman army's attack. The Arhat Grand formation was defeated even more easily under the double attack. The situation took a turn for the worse. The destruction of the 2 Arhat Grand formations caused a temporary chaos among the monk army. What was worse was that the martial saint and the physique lineage army had also destroyed one of the Arhat Grand formation. The monk army was blinded by the command, and they were not sure which Azure Sky Army should focus their efforts on. Chapter 1364. Dafa Ting Chan made the most instinctive response. Entangle the sharpest part of the enemy. Hence, the 3 Arhat formations surrounded the sword soldiers. This result led to the relaxation of the first and second echelon of the Blue Sky Alliance, especially the first echelon of the Nanluo Thousand Isles region. They suffered the most direct attack at the beginning of the battle and suffered heavy losses. But now, with the help of the Blood River Soul Cultivator, and the enemy only had 2 Arhat formations left to attack, the danger was over. At this time, no one thought about whether they were being used or not. The bloody loss happened around them. They were all friends and fellow disciples of the same sect. Previously, they did not dare to take revenge, but now that they had the chance, they did not need anyone to instigate them. When blood and gore filled one's consciousness, revenge became one's only instinct. At this point, the immemorial beasts defeated 1 Arhat formation, the sword soldiers defeated 2 Arhat formations, and now 3 Arhat formations were taken away. The martial sage army defeated 1. It meant that the Blue Sky Alliance only needed to deal with 9 Arhat formations. The situation began to be balanced. In the entanglement, Lu Xiaoyi's private army performed outstandingly. The Blood River Soul Cultivator and the Blood River Soul Cultivator dragged 1 Arhat formation into the Blood River. After hundreds of breaths, they destroyed another Arhat formation for the first time. The balance was beginning to tilt. I can't let this go on. As the temporary commander of the monk army, Dafa Tingchan quickly decided to change the strategy. Otherwise, the remaining Arhat formations would be destroyed one by one. Even if the monks were defeated, they could still rely on their remaining strength to assemble another great Arhat formation. Facing the enemy, especially the immemorial beasts and the martial sage Blood River Soul Cultivator, their strength was beyond their reach. It was very unwise to deal with them separately. Therefore, they did not wait for the great Buddha's order. Instead, they gathered the remaining 9 great Arhat formations together and used a precious Buddha's sign outside the window. The meaning of this Buddha's sign was to define a space. The monk army was inside the window, and the Blue Sky Alliance was outside the window. This created a different visual distance between the inside and outside of the window. It was difficult for the people outside the window to see what was inside the window, but the people inside the window could see what was outside clearly. This was a two-way process of influence, but it was extremely important for the monk army that urgently needed to be reorganized. It was very difficult for the enemy to attack their vital points because they couldn't see clearly through the window. However, they were able to gather their strength to attack outside the window, even though the view was not very wide. As for the 3 Arhat formations that were pulled away by the swordsman army, they could only rely on themselves. In theory, no matter how strong the swordsman army was, they couldn't possibly destroy 3 Arhat formations in such a short period of time, right? 300 swordsmen against more than 1,000 monks. If they still failed with such a large disparity in numbers, then there would be nothing left to say. The Sword Tribe army was pulling a kite. It wasn't difficult for a swordsman to pull a kite. They all had the basics of wielding a sword. It was just a matter of maintaining a sense of distance. If 2 people were to pull together, it would depend on their tacit cooperation. If one went east and the other went west, then one would catch the dog and the other would catch the chicken. They would not be able to work together. 300 swordsmen kiting a kite at the same time and drawing their swords in unison was not something an ordinary person could do. It was very difficult, very difficult. Even in the Shenyuan sword faction, it was impossible to find a group of people with the same number. However, this group of people was different. They were all used to running naked in the Willow Sea. They knew very well how to cooperate so that they wouldn't embarrass themselves in front of the mortals below. Their movements were as if they only had one brain. They had a deep understanding of the movements of the demon blade, allowing each of them to understand their own position in the sword formation. The one controlling the demon blade was Zhu Fan. He was the most talented in this field. He was ruthless and dared to take risk. Lu Xiaoyi only treated himself as an ordinary member. He was responsible for killing the outstanding people in the enemy's camp. Of course, his main attention was still on the battle of the sun gods in the space above. He silently waited, discovered, analyzed, and found out the past and future of the great Buddhas when they occasionally reincarnated, so that when the time was right, he would go up and greet them. He was such a warm-hearted and polite person. Zhu Fan's kite was extremely coquettish. The speed of a Buddhist monk was not slow, but if 500 monks formed an Arhat formation and moved as a whole, it would be extremely slow in his eyes. Drag, pull, hit, cut, recoil, and turn around. He moved among the 3 Arhat formations like a fish. He was clearly close, but he was slippery. Zhu Fan was very insidious. He actually had the chance to hold down one of them, but if he did so, it was possible that he would scare away the other 2 formations. In his opinion, if he did so, he would not succeed. It would be an insult to his ability. What he wanted was to leave all 3 Arhat formations here. How should he do it? It was to cut them once with his sword, then cut them once with his sword, so that each Arhat formation would not feel too much danger. They would all feel that there was hope to stop him. In the end, they would just let themselves bleed and lose more and more strength in their pursuit. This was also a risk. The monks were not fools. Each of them had their own tricks up their sleeves. There were a few times when they were lucky that Lu Xiaoyi had used the power of merit to slow them down. That was why the demon sword was able to move freely. Even so, there was one time when they were caught red-handed. The swordsmen had no choice but to use the great transformation technique and fly away like birds. The monks thought that they had a chance, but they did not expect the swordsmen to have their own rules. They escaped outside, and in an instant, another demon's sword appeared. Their coordination was so skillful that it was amazing. In such a pursuit, the monks finally felt that something was wrong. The three Arhat formations were being cut in the east and west during the pursuit. The number of people in each Arhat formation had dropped to 300 to 400. If they continued to pursue like this, how could they continue? Zhu Fan immediately realized their hesitation. He decisively divided his forces and formed two demon swords with 150 people each. He then began to attack brazenly. This was a gamble, and it also started to cause casualties among the swordsmen. But how could there be no casualties in a war? It was only a matter of whether the casualties were worth the rewards. In the end, it was worth it. Two of the Arhat formations were destroyed. The other Arhat formation could not keep up with their speed. Hence, they simply gave up on the formation and spread out to attack. This was exactly what the swordsmen wanted. The swordsman army immediately split into 2 or 3 small teams and began to fight in the vast void. They were best at guerrilla warfare. For a moment, the void was filled with shadows. It was hard to tell if they were friends or foes. This was the chaos that the swordsmen loved the most. They would attack and leave without stopping. They would kill one another. Such a method was not the method of a monk. The outcome was also predestined. Chapter 1365. The situation that Fa Nan and the others did not want to see the most had happened. Now, it was no longer a question of victory, but a question of how to retreat. Was there still a chance for victory? When the swordsman army appeared, there was none. They had heard of the benefits of the Shenyuan swordsman for tens of thousands of years, but hearing and seeing were two different concepts. They also did not expect that the Fifth Ring would still dare to send 300 elites to interfere in Qing Kong's affairs under such heavy pressure, and they even had the help of the immemorial beast. Therefore, strictly speaking, this battle was not their fault. Their fault was that they did not have enough information, and their defeat was due to a mistake in the enemy's intelligence. If they wanted to retreat, the 5 great Buddhas had the ability to be reborn. At most, they would die a few more times, and they would be able to escape. But what about the monk army below? Retreating was the stage where an army suffered the greatest loss, whether it was cultivators or mortals. Scattered ducks in the sky could not be taken. If they lost the battle, they could still push the blame onto the fact that they misjudged the enemy's situation. They could also blame the main force of the Fifth Ring for letting such a large group of elite sword cultivators go. However, if they couldn't bring the remaining disciples back, then it would be their dereliction of duty. There was another important situation that supported their judgment, and that was that cultivators from other realms nearby had begun to gather here. It could be imagined that this gathering would become faster and faster, and there would be more and more of them. This was a deep-rooted good habit of humans, and that was to beat the dog when it was down. Their monk army was a foreign invader, and Zhuju was a family. This would never change. The reason why they did not come out before, or perhaps because there were not many who came out, was probably because they did not see the situation clearly. If the foreign invaders won, needless to say, these people would never come out, but if they showed signs of defeat, the best way to bring the rest of the monk army with them was for the 5 of them to retreat through the window. Then, the entire formation would leave together. During this process, the people outside the window would not be able to see them clearly, and their attacks would not land on them, but they would be able to see outside the window. It was a little embarrassing. But if one cultivated to the position of sun god, the so-called face was actually nothing much. As long as one was alive, everything could be redone. The 5 great Buddhas were all decisive people, and they would not hesitate. Their minds were connected, and they rushed out in a flash. Throughout the battle, even though there were more than 20 beasts attacking them, they were not killed many times. Yuan Ming was killed 3 times, Deshan was killed twice, Shanji was killed once, and Fa Nan and Huiji were not killed even once. In theory, their safety. After all, the immemorial beasts could not understand the truth of the human's past. The ancient beasts couldn't understand, But that didn't mean they didn't know that the 5 of them were trying to escape. Even if they could not kill them, they would be reborn. The great of them were the great Buddhas had. The great Buddhas not only know they, but they were the great Buddhas to be killed more than a few times. Great Buddhas want to kill them was to kill them, not kill. Great immemorial to them, of course. Great 2 of them, of course, of them. Of the one of them, of the ring. One of them of one of the 5 great Buddhas, other than Huiji, who was still alive. The other 4 had no choice but to choose to be reborn. Each of them had to endure the crazy attacks of 4 to 5 immemorial sun god beasts. Ordinary great Buddhas would not be able to withstand such pressure. Shanji's physical body was severed and he was reborn in the window to meet up with Fanon and Huiji. However, from their angle, they couldn't see the specific situation of the last 2 great Buddhas clearly because they were outside the window and not in the field of vision. In fact, they couldn't see the specific situation of the last 2 great Buddhas clearly. Following that, Yuan Ming was killed and was reborn in the window. Due to the urgency of the situation, he did not have a good grasp of the direction. He was reborn outside the window and jumped into the window. The last one was Deshan. He was not nervous. Yuan Ming had been killed 4 times and he was still fine. He was 1 less than Yuan Ming. What could happen to him? He could not escape death. Facing more than 20 great beasts alone, there was no possibility of him escaping safely. Therefore, he was a little relaxed and did not use his full strength to defend himself. Anyway, he had to be reborn, so what was the use of defending? He did not notice that the immemorial sun god beast's attack carried 2 sword lights. In fact, even if he had noticed it, it would not have mattered. The entire battlefield was filled with sword chi, and there were occasionally sword lights that flew out of control. To him, it was no different from being bitten by a mosquito. But this time, it was not a simple matter of being bitten by a mosquito. The mosquito was biting his past and future. By the time he felt this, it was already too late. His last suspicion was that these blue sky people were really cunning. The battle had already reached this point, and the opponent was still hiding a sun god swordsman. That's right, with so many elite swordsman forces, how could there not be a sun god leading the team? Hopefully, the surviving senior brothers would be able to realize this. The blue sky people were now complacent and smug. Even if there was not much difference in the number of people on both sides, they knew that they would definitely win. The opponent had a great Buddha, but they had the immemorial sun god beast. They had the advantage in numbers, and one of the great Buddhas had been killed. The blue sky army had the sword soldiers, and they were all elites who could fight one against many. The opponent's 3 great Arhat formations of 1,500 people were beaten up by 3 swordsmen. This in itself meant something. They also had the powerful body meridian martial saint, Xue He, who had not used much strength yet. What was there to worry about? Moreover, their team was still growing. There was an endless stream of cultivators from the upper and lower realms. It could be imagined that as time passed, there would be more and more people flocking to take advantage of the situation. This was the fate of the invaders. If they won by force, they could still intimidate others. Once they lost, every step would be difficult, and everyone would want to beat them up. The Buddha's light outside the window could indeed prevent them from launching attacks. It was not that they could not see it. In fact, the monk army in their line of sight was slowly retreating. They could see everyone clearly. However, they could see with their eyes, but they could not locate them with their divine sense. Therefore, the so-called inside the window referred to the fact that their divine sense was completely ineffective. It was as if there was a different dimension inside the window. Spells and flying swords would fly into it, but they would not know where they went. However, the inside the window also had restrictions. For example, the group of monks could not move quickly. If they moved too quickly, the power of the Buddha's light would automatically disappear. No one knew how long this kind of confrontation would last, but countless people who felt that they had some ability went forward to try. Without exception, they could not see through it, let alone break it. The things made by the top-notch body Buddha had their own blessings, and they lived up to their reputation. Chapter 1366. The four great Buddhas were in a heavy mood because they had lost a powerful comrade. Among the 5 great Buddhas, he was the most righteous one. The reason why Deshan had been beheaded so many times was not because he was not capable enough, but because he was willing to help his comrade. It could be said that he had been beheaded for others. What Deshan suspected, they also suspected. Huaji was very sure, it can't be an ancient beast. If they had this ability, they would have done it long ago. They had not tried it before, but after we left, they immediately saw through the 3 lives. It must be a human. Only the most experienced sun god swordsman would have this ability to suddenly attack and hit the target. We don't know how long they had been watching from below. Fortunately, we made the decision in time. If we were any later, they would have seen through everyone's 3 lives. That would be terrible. The 4 great Buddhas could not help but sigh. They came full of confidence, but now they were leaving with their tails between their legs. They did not know how their attitude changed. They were indeed great Buddhas. Their ability to comfort themselves was pure and natural, flawless. They were very confident in the Buddha's window. This was almost the best thing that the few Buddhist sects could come up with. Although the speed was a little slow, it did not matter. They could find a special celestial phenomenon to completely get rid of these annoying blue sky people. For example, the big and small intestine blind path in Zhuoju. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the Buddha formation in front of him. He was also helpless. However, he could not show it because he was the main drum here. He had already tried many methods, whether it was him or Qing Xian. After all, the difference in strength was too great. They were still unable to crack the work of the top body. Qing Xian was also very worried. Looking at the direction they are heading towards the big and small intestine blind path. I am worried that their window will be used there. So we don't have much time, only about half a year. The 2 of them were worried about the whereabouts of the monk army. There were still over 4,000 people left, and they were still a force to be reckoned with. Most importantly, Lu Xiaoyi's private army still needed to head to the 5th ring to provide support, so it was impossible for them to stay in Blue Sky forever. This was not only their goal, but also the goal of the ancient beasts and orthodoxies like Blood River. They were here to participate in the war, to respond to the tide, not to be a regular army. If they really wanted to enjoy themselves, why would they come here? Wouldn't it be nice to find a domain to spend the day leisurely? If this army of monks could not be cleared out, Lu Xiaoyi would not be able to leave with peace of mind. With only Qing Kong and the others left, how could they resist the return of the 4,000 monks? Therefore, he had to think of a way to keep all of them, or at least most of them, in order to solve the problem. However, in front of the Buddha banner made by Subhuti, who was a half-immortal, some things had already surpassed their basic abilities. The only way is to let everyone in the army try. Under the orthodoxies, everyone has their own unique skills. Maybe someone will coincidentally solve the problem. Lu Xiaoyi suggested a solution that was not really a solution. Although the chances were slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, in the army that was growing larger and larger, almost everyone would give it a try, fighting for a chance to show off and show off. However, it was not that easy to slap Subhuti's face. Time passed slowly. Although the Blue Sky Army had now swelled to 8,000 and could no longer be named Blue Sky Army, they should be named Zhuoju Army. Their numbers and levels were completely adjusted. However, 8,000 people were still not enough to solve the problem. Under normal circumstances, even 80,000 people would be useless. What they needed now was a half-immortal, not Yuaniing of perfected cultivators like them. Even the cunning commanders were helpless in the face of absolute power. Qing Xian suggested a solution that was not really a solution. Why don't we set up an ambush in the big and small intestine blind paths? The problem is, we can't be sure when the monk army will start using the astronomical phenomenon. There were only 2 months left. There was not much time left for them to think of a solution. Just as Lu Xiaoyi was frowning, Little Miao came up behind him. Senior brother, Lu Xiaoyi was troubled. but he would not show it in front of others. Little Meow, why are you not playing with everyone else? Why are you looking for me? Don't worry, it will be soon. Whether we can solve this problem or not, we will be back in 2 months. Little Meow stammered. Senior brother, it's like this. I can roughly see what's inside the window, but I can't be sure. Because my level is too low, I can see it but I can't verify it. Maybe it's just my imagination. Lu Xiaoyi was very sharp. He immediately realized something. It's your eye. The polychoria. Little Meow nodded. My left eye has polychoria. Its supernatural power should be the eye of truth. The one on the right seems to be the eye of sharing. So I want to share what I see with senior brother, then let senior brother make a move and see if you can attack them. It was really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. The change was actually right beside him, right on the person closest to him. Lu Xiaoyi grabbed it and put it on his shoulder. He instructed in a low voice, "Come, let's try it." Little Meow began to use this supernatural power that even it was not sure about. Under its sharing, Lu Xiaoyi saw some things that he could not see before. After switching between Little Meow's and his own perspective, he finally discovered the secret of the window outside window. Some things, once seen through, would lose their mysteries. The so-called window outside window was actually a folded space. Because of the folded space, the spiritual consciousness from the outside could not penetrate directly because one did not know the path. If the spiritual consciousness was like this, then there was no need to talk about spells and flying swords. They could only go back and forth in the folded space and finally disappear. With a basic understanding, he knew what to do, but he was not in a hurry to use his flying sword to cut in. Since the monks wanted to escape by playing tricks on the blind path of large and small intestine, then he would beat them at their own game and use the blind path as a burial ground for these monks. There was no such thing as forgiveness in the battle of orthodoxy. If he did not bring people back to help, Qing Kong would have been tortured to a pulp. After finding Qing Xian, the two of them began to whisper to each other. They also found some cultivators who were familiar with the blind path of large and small intestine, such as Ice Guest and Sword. After careful analysis, they finally figured out how the army of monks used the celestial phenomenon to escape. In fact, the large intestine on their side of the blind path of large intestine was relatively spacious, so it was difficult to make use of it. The army of monks' goal was most likely to be the blind path of small intestine on the other side. This was also the reason that Lu Xiaoyi understood after seeing the folded space outside the window outside window. Some things, the mysteries were only at the most basic point. When you saw the essence of the window outside window, you could not hide from others how to use it. He patted Little Meow's head. Little Meow, you have done a great service this time. Why don't I find you a female cat when we go back? A group is fine too. Chapter 1367. Due to the limited view outside the window, the monk army did not notice the movement of the Azure Sky Army. Amidst the chaos, nearly 2,000 Taoists quietly left and sped towards the big and small intestine blind path. In terms of understanding of the weather, the foreign monks had limited knowledge. How could they compare to the natives Wuzhu people in this aspect? For tens of thousands of years, countless battles had taken place here. All kinds of strange uses of the blind path were amazing. Now that they had seized the opportunity, all kinds of sinister tricks were used. Lu Xiaoyi was secretly shocked. In the end, looking at the series of vicious schemes, even Lu Xiaoyi could not bear to see it. Isn't it too much? Qing Xian was also speechless. The helpers from the other realms are very enthusiastic. You know, they came late, so they want to show off. We can't reject them, right? You have to let them do something, even if, some of them die without descendants. 2 months later, the monk army retreated into the large intestine blind path, followed closely by the left Jew cultivators. Even the few realms on the other side of the small intestine blind path heard the news and came over, wanting to fight in the dark. This was a necessary lesson. In the cultivation world of the universe, you have to show that you are tough and not to be trifled with. Otherwise, if someone came swaggering the first time, there would be a second time. Only by wiping out the invaders could the news spread that the Zhuoju was not to be trifled with. The next time someone wanted to do something bad, they would have to carefully consider the possible consequences. There were already more than 10,000 people. Lu Xiaoyi was too lazy to count. He had even lost control of these helpers. The newly joined cultivators were very enthusiastic. The key was here, in the big and small intestine blind path. They had ways to solve the problem through the weather, and did not need to personally fight to the death. In the end, even Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian did not know what the specific plan was. Because every realm and every group seemed to have their own plan, no one was willing to give in to the other, and they all thought that their own method was the most vicious. When they could not agree, there was only one way, and every group used their own method. This was the tradition of the Zhuoju. Thinking back, the people who started the expedition to Sirius were also the ancestors of this group. Some things in the bones could not be changed. Qing Xian was speechless. Forget it, don't care about them. If they want to play, then play. We are only in charge of the beginning, not the end, and we can reduce the losses. Dying beasts are the scariest. If we do it ourselves, you and I will not be able to accept the losses. When they were halfway through the large intestine blind path, the space, to the small intestine blind path, they could make their move. Little Qing Xian's eyes, little meow meow, meow meow meow, meow, meow meow meow, meow meow, meow meow meow, meow, meow meow. Meow meow meow, 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 meow meow, 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 meow. Meow 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 of the three meow meow, meow meow of meow, the meow meow. Meow meow meow. Memeo. Memimao meow. They couldn't use their respective techniques, as that would make it impossible for them to guide him. After all, the two of them were only yin spirits. They could only guide attacks of the same nature. For example, the flying swords of the sword soldiers, or the long rainbow of the three pure ones. The remaining people had too many different types of attacks, so they could only stay by their side and guard against the monk army's final struggle. Once all the preparations were complete, the two of them looked at each other and each took the lead. Lu Xiaoyi was like a ray of sword light, and the 300 swordsmen's swords behind him were guided by this ray of sword light. Qing Xian, on the other hand, was a long rainbow. With the special guidance of the three pristines transforming qi, the long rainbow of the thousands of Taoists behind it naturally followed. In an instant, Lu Xiaoyi's sword light split into 2 million rays and slashed into the window. Behind this river of sword aura was another river of sword aura that was 100 times more powerful. More than 100 million rays of sword light. The two rivers of sword aura slashed into the window one after another. They made a few graceful turns in the folded space, and when they reappeared, they were right above the monk army. Under the sudden attack, the densely packed army of monks suffered heavy casualties. Even great Buddha Yuan Ming, who bore the brunt of the attack, was resurrected from the dead. A full-force strike from 300 swordsmen was not something that even the great Buddha could withstand. But this was not the end. In terms of speed, the spells of magic cultivators were naturally inferior to flying swords. However, the area of effect of spells was far greater than that of flying sword. The formation of the monk army had just been destroyed by the two streams of sword qi, one small and one large, when another two streams of sword qi crashed into the formation of the monk army. They were the Daoist qi that was most effective against the Buddhist League. Just like how a Daoist would need a long time to recuperate after being hit by a Buddhist spell, a monk would also be in a state of limbo after being hit by a Daoist spell. The worst thing was that within the folded space of Buddha Jiao, the space for the monks to dodge was extremely limited. This caused most of the attacks from one sword and one spell to land squarely on the ground. In just one round, hundreds of monks died. Before the large ray of sword qi had even passed, Lu Xiaoyi's small river of sword qi had already connected with it. 100 million rays of sword light followed closely behind. After this round of cooperation, the swordsmen became even more proficient. Of course, the magic cultivators were not weak either. Just like that, small sword river, large sword river, small rainbow, large rainbow, and then small sword river. The attacks formed a chain. The monk army inside the window was like a ferocious beast in a trap. They could only defend themselves but could not retaliate. This was because when they looked out of the window, their vision was limited and they could not see everything. On the other hand, these damned blue sky people were sneakily hiding in the blind spots outside their vision. After several months of safe retreat, the monks did not expect that the blue sky people would only attack at the last moment when they saw the light of hope. They were truly scheming, patient, and vicious. If they were to fight in the void of the universe, the monk army would at least have the chance to scatter and escape. Even if they were to collapse, at least a portion of them could escape. However, the situation now was that they were trapped in front of the intestines of the large and small intestines. If they charged back, they would be faced with a thick wall formed by close to 10,000 left Jew cultivators. They had completely blocked off the already narrow large intestine blind passage. Moreover, there were terrifying elite swordsman groups and powerful immemorial beasts within, not to mention ordinary bodhisattvas and Buddhas. Even great Buddhas would not be able to escape without dying a few times. If they continued forward, they would charge towards the small intestine blind passage. Even if they were to think with their butts, the left Jew cultivators would definitely have set up traps within. Moreover, the celestial phenomenon of the small intestine passage was even more complicated. If they were not careful, they would be sucked into the celestial phenomenon. In the blink of an eye, the monk army that came from afar and was filled with confidence and the belief of victory had fallen into a dead end. They would definitely lose. The problem now was, how many of them could escape? Chapter 1368. Huaiji shouted, ignoring the leader Fa Nan, remove the Buddha's decree, continue forward, and break through the celestial phenomenon. This was the wisest choice. If they turned back, they might take the lives of some people in Zhuoju, but under the pressure of the swordsman army, ancient beasts, and tens of thousands of cultivators, no one below the level of Great Buddha could survive. Even the 4 great Buddhas had to face the mysterious and cold sun god swordsman in the process of rebirth. Could the 2 of them survive? In other words, after the 8,000 monk army charged into Zhuoju, there would only be 3 left. 2, 1, or none left. Zhuoju had finally revealed its true face. If they went out, they would be destroyed. If they went in, they would be wiped out. This was the biggest trap in the universe. Relatively speaking, if they continued to charge forward, there would definitely be an ambush ahead. But there was no swordsman army, right? There were no ancient beasts, right? There were no crazy meridians and martial arts field. There were no strange remnant souls hidden in the blood river. They could still break through. Even if the losses were huge. But at the worst, if they plunged into the dark nebula of the small intestine passage, even if they were lost for 100 years, even if only a tenth of them survived, thousands of people would still be able to break through. The 4 of us, 2 of us will be responsible for leading the way through the small intestine. 2 of us will be responsible for blocking the large intestine. I will choose to stay behind. Huaiji was indeed an enlightened monk. At the last moment, the brilliance of his Buddha nature was undoubtedly revealed. If I don't go to hell, who will? Everyone knew that when facing tens of thousands of cultivators, swordsman army, ancient beasts, and the mysterious sun god swordsman, it was almost a narrow escape. Even if they had the ability to be reborn, it was still a narrow escape. Because they couldn't set the direction of their rebirth to be far away, that would lose the meaning of staying behind. They could only set the position of their rebirth to be in the present, relying on death after death to block the attacks of tens of thousands of cultivators. Fa Nan sighed, Huaiji and I will stay behind, Yuan Ming and Shanji will bring them out. If there is an afterlife, everyone will be reborn for Buddha. The Buddha's decree quietly lost its effect. At this point, there were less than 3,000 monks in the army. The great Buddha's reaction was very fast. He didn't give the big and small sword rivers, big and small long rainbows too much time to show off. After less than 2 cycles, he decisively withdrew the Buddha's illumination. At this point, the monks finally had a chance to recover their speed and run at full speed. More than 2,000 monks accepted the order and followed Yuanming Shanji into the small intestine blind tunnel, but there were still several hundred monks who turned back and stayed with their master. Buddhists were also filled with loyal and righteous people. In the face of death, their performance was no worse than that of a swordsman. They did not have the valiance before sacrifice, but they had the calmness before death. It was terrifying. The Taoists will not be soft-hearted because of your calmness. Just like how a monk's sorrow during a difficult time was a joke in front of him, tens of thousands of attacks were launched. There were flying swords, spells, divine abilities, and talismans. Even if they were not coordinated with each other, the sheer number of attacks was not something that a few hundred people could withstand. Seeing their closest disciples vanish in front of their eyes, and the phenomena of Tao vanishing in batches, even the two great Buddhas with thousands of years of cultivation base couldn't help but shed tears of blood. They didn't blame anyone. They didn't blame anyone. It had nothing to do with the swordsman. It had nothing to do with the spell cultivators. It had nothing to do with the primordial beast. They came here of their own accord. No one invited them here. Here, they were uninvited guests. As humans, they were drawn into the path of cultivation. This was their final destination. The battle of the great Tao is like this. The barrier that the two great Buddhas set up together was broken, and they died. Then, they were reborn on the spot. They set up another barrier, and it was broken again. Death. The cycle repeated. It was a tragic scene. Among the tens of thousands of Taoists, many cultivators quietly stopped attacking. However, the swordsman's flying swords did not lose a single one from the beginning to the end. The spells of the three pure ones did not lose any power from the beginning to the end. The divine abilities of the primordial beasts never stop. The fist force of the body meridians was still strong. The spiritual attacks of the soul cultivators were endless. The faith of the martial sage never wavered. The blood river, yes, they had the heart but not the strength. Because they were all involved. The tide was stirring. Either they did not get involved and lived a carefree life, or they threw themselves into it and never looked around in fear. The worst thing was to hesitate. The worst thing was to start strong but finish weak. The worst thing was to be overcautious. The worst thing was to be a woman's heart. The ice guest was still trembling. She was shaking her sword. Li Peinan clenched her teeth and forced herself not to be soft-hearted. Yang Daiyang and Qing Xian had already focused their attention on the three lives of the two great Buddhas. They searched around according to their own understanding. Of course, Zongrong, Zhu Fan, Ban Zhu, Huang Nian, and all the other cultivators who were determined to cut off the three lives of the young spirit were also doing this. Lu Xiaoyi had already seen through the three lives of the two Buddhas, but he did not act rashly. He was more willing to let his friends experience the pleasure of cutting off the three lives of the young spirit on the spot. This might be the most tragic great Buddhas in history. They became the target of tens of thousands of cultivators. Because of the disciples behind Jiyu Nianji, they would rather sacrifice themselves. In fact, 5 great Buddhas led an army of 8,000 monks to attack a planet that was basically empty. Even if they were alive, they would not have the face to see others. They would not be able to explain it to others. Until now, they were still confused. They did not know where they had gone wrong. Was it completely a mistake of information asymmetry? Not necessarily. Even if Qing Kong had support, they still had the advantage in terms of strength. The result was a series of mistakes, one on top of another. It was as if every decision at the beginning was the most correct decision, but they did not know why they were led astray in the end. Finally, by chance, Fa Nan's 3 lives were found. The leader of the monk army was finally freed, but no one benefited from it. Because those who cut off his past, present, and future were actually different people. Those who cut his past did not know that they had hit the target, those who cut his future did not know that they had guessed correctly, but everyone happened to be together. This was the advantage of focusing fire. A muddled account, a group of muddled people. A patchwork army, a trap. Huaiji followed closely behind, because now there were hundreds of people cutting off his past, hundreds of people cutting off his future, and thousands of people cutting off his present at the same time. It was even more muddled than Fa Nan's account. But in the end, Huaiji looked at the only swordsman who did not make a move. A young man. He could feel that this young man had been eyeing his 3 lives for a long time, but he had not made a move. He could also see that this young man had a unique position in the swordsman group from his position. A yin master. So young. The sword vein, another Ivildor. Before the intestinal festival, the Buddhist monks were all wiped out. But no one chased after them, because they knew very well that their companions had set up countless traps in the small intestine with the help of astronomical phenomena. The scene was scarier than tens of thousands of cultivators, so much so that the natives did not want to go and take a look. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Chapter 1369. On one side of the small intestine passage, there was a faint vibration. That was the result of the passage being unstable and the 3 celestial phenomena squeezing each other. The universe was changing and the great Tao was collapsing. The most direct change to the cultivation world was that a small part of the celestial phenomena became unstable and irregular. This was something easy to understand. After all, the great Tao was missing, and some of the internal laws were lost. The celestial phenomena alone were still fine. They had their own internal laws. The loss of the great Tao only meant that the cultivator had given up on the unity of the great Tao. It did not mean that the great Tao was gone. The celestial phenomena could still operate according to their own internal laws until the beginning of a new era. This was the tolerance and sustainability of nature. The scenes that were most prone to change were the scenes where the celestial phenomena were intertwined. The fragile balance formed under the constraints of the great Tao had fundamentally changed due to the loss of part of the great Tao. As a result, changes occurred one after another. The passage of the large and small intestine was like this. The 3 celestial phenomena, the deep black hole, the burning white giant, and the boundless dark nebula, squeezed into 2 passages, one long and one short, one thick and one thin. They were called the blind passages of the large and small intestine respectively. However, after 10,000 years, as the universe changed and the great Tao collapsed, the shape and size of the 2 blind passages were changing. In fact, it was the result of the celestial phenomena being unstable and squeezing each other. There was even a period of time when the passage of the small intestine was blocked once. However, it was restored later. The indigenous cultivators on the left side knew that the blind passage would be completely squeezed out one day and become a dead land. In the universe, there was no such thing as an impassable path. At most, it would be a long detour. But in the big and small intestine, in the past few thousand years, especially in the past few hundred years, there were many cases of people making use of the environment to escape. It was because the weather now was unstable and easy to control. It was not like 10,000 years ago, when a great battle between cultivators would not affect the weather at all. In the passage of the small intestine, the cultivators who were the best at setting traps triggered the 3 celestial phenomena through the explosion of the magic array. This was to achieve their goal of burying the army of monks. What did they do? Could they catch them all in one fell swoop? This could be seen from the reaction of Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian. The 2 of them turned around and left. The tens of thousands of cultivators behind them were not stupid. They retreated faster than they advanced. It could be said that they were running away. Because they were familiar with the big and small intestines, they felt a sense of danger. It was a type of heavenly phenomenon fusion, the danger of a violent qualitative change. There was no doubt that the bastards in the small intestine had gone too far. Everyone wanted to perform, everyone wanted to be in the limelight. Countless methods were used to stimulate the changes in the weather, and the changes on the surface triggered a deep qualitative chain. When the 3 giant celestial phenomena collided and merged, even a half-immortal would be trapped inside, let alone a young god. In order to bury the monk army, the people of Zhuoju had destroyed the most famous astronomical phenomenon in their galaxy. What about the cultivators in small intestine? It shouldn't be a problem. The small intestine was much shorter than the large intestine, so it would be much faster to escape. No one cared about them, these incompetent fools. The main force of over 10,000 people continued to run madly, because the signs of the astronomical phenomenon collapsing were becoming more and more obvious. Fortunately, the large intestine passageway was getting wider and wider, so there was no need to worry about a stampede. A day later, he rushed out of the large intestine passageway and continued his mad dash. That was because the dangerous path behind him had been completely engulfed in violent energy clashes. It was impossible for anyone to survive in there. The whole Battle of Blue Sky lasted for nearly a year, and the results were brilliant, making people dumbfounded. Qing Xian came to Lu Xiaoyi's side. After this, are you going to go to the fifth ring? Lu Xiaoyi didn't evade, of course. That's why I pulled the team back. If the fifth ring can have a satisfactory result, I will find a way to kill my way back to Juzian. How many people can you gather in the three pure ones? Let's go together, we can take care of each other. Qing Xian didn't directly respond. Go back to Juzian? Yes, I want to go back too. Over the past 600 years, Tai Xian has treated me well. I have the obligation to do my best. Send me a letter before you leave, and give me a ride. Lu Xiaoyi understood the meaning behind his words. You don't want to go to the fifth ring? Qing Xian sneered. I'm different from you. You have the sword soldier army. You have 2,000 private soldiers following you. You can play a part in the war. I'm different. The three pure ones' power in Blue Sky has been hollowed out, and many old cultivators were lost in this war. Even if I gather them, how much can I gather? Plus, Blue Sky has been disloyal after the last retreat. If they do it again, the loss of people's hearts will be irreversible. Plus, although this army of monks has been wiped out, who knows if they will gather a second one? So, I want to use this opportunity to integrate the power of Blue Sky's cultivators, and pull some of those who came to help back. I think I can gather a few thousand people. Not to mention pulling them out to fight, but with more training, they can defend Blue Sky's heaven and earth grand membrane for a while. Outstanding. Lu Xiaoyi had to admit that this Taoist was very insightful. There were many ways to participate in the Great Tide. It could be the whole way, like Lu Xiaoyi. It could also be from the side. If Qing Xian returned to the fifth ring, he would be completely reduced to an ordinary person, and become one of the thousands of small soldiers. The three pure ones' old-fashioned rules were much more torturous than Xuanyuan's. It was very difficult for young people to make a name for themselves. Not to mention that he was only a yin master now. Even if he was a young master, there were at least 10 or 20 old men in front of him. How long would it take for him to make a name for himself? Only then would he have the right to speak. He would rather be a chicken's head than an ox's tail. Stay in Blue Sky, completely integrate, maintain the stability of Blue Sky, and be the last force that could be mobilized. Retreat in order to advance, stay in order to advance. Smart. Really smart. This was the most accurate judgment of himself, and also the smartest way to participate in the general trend. It could maximize his own value. As a friend, Lu Xiaoyi was willing to lend him a hand. I will arrange the power of Mount Xiao, the power of the northern region, and fully cooperate with your integration. If you need anyone to stay, just say the word. Qing Xian accepted it calmly. Okay. In Blue Sky, the three pure ones are the three pure ones, and Shenyuan is Shenyuan. It will not change. This was a promise that he would not use this opportunity to expand the influence of the three pure ones. Both sides had known each other for hundreds of years, and they were all smart people. They knew what to do and what not to do. It was also the cornerstone that maintained the relationship between both sides. In fact, to them, friendship was the most important thing. Both of them had a feeling that this would be beneficial to the deeper cooperation between both sides in the future. Sooner or later, Shenyuan would be under Lu Xiaoyi's rule. The three pure ones would eventually become Qing Xian's three pure ones. Also, leave little Miao behind. It has already joined the tide, but it's not suitable to go too deep. You will focus on bloody battles, and once the battle starts, it will not stop. If little Miao follows you, it will die in the battle sooner or later. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.